That's my understanding.
Well, I think, is it in your book? Do you have that book?
This one.
That's Jeremy and my phone.
Oh, okay.
So he's probably
Oh,
trying to figure it out.
so- And then Amanda's not gonna be here tonight, she has COVID again.
A third time. Fourth time. Oh my goodness.
Is she gonna be in?
She's too sick to even attend.
Are we gonna have enough to?
I used to do that.
Yeah.
What is it called? Not the barrier. Yeah, the barrier.
Yeah.
You can get infected.
Yeah, no, but she's just like her immune system. I don't know, she's got.
Oh, we have.
But I mean, that's crazy, she had a January,
We're good.
February, and I feel sick, she's like, oh my God. Is Ari coming? No. We knew she wasn't coming. Oh, I couldn't remember, I'm sorry. Oh, you're fine?
Yeah, you can give that.
You can give them to us. We're trying to get Jeremy on.
Oh, okay.
It's the link's on there, we just want them to download the app, they have to, you know, let them
Don't have to.
know. Yeah.
Yeah, we're down to.
So I was told that as long as there was a motion, then it could happen.
I think
And then
that.
you have to say that what we're doing.
Right, I have to say what the exception is.
Is he coming in or not?
Yeah. Did you text him? Like, it's, yeah. It doesn't say specifically, Sarah,
No,
but
but
that
it's
was my
supposed to be something, just so that we say
understanding.
the right thing.
Yeah, as long as we say.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Can we start with a roll call?
Amanda Harness. Samantha McDavid.
Present.
Sarah Moses.
Present?
Ariel Owens. Jeremy Olson. Daisy Ramirez.
Present.
David Seymour.
Present.
Chance is here.
Oh, she's on Chance. Chance Galen.
And then, okay, so, Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, first up, we have public comment. Members of the public who wish to speak to the board should complete a request card prior to the start of the meeting. This section of the meeting will be reserved for comments from the public. All comments should be limited to 3 minutes. Criticism of individuals is not in order. And I will time you on 3 minutes. If you go over 3 minutes, I'll let you know. If you keep going, I'll just give you a gavel to kind of get you along, but I'll give everybody 3 minutes of time. And first up, we have Megan Jackson, and the subject is SROs.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to show my support for the additional 3 resource officers. I was a bit surprised at the response our board gave to the topic at the last meeting. I encourage our board members to spend some more time in our schools. Given the information that the district is working on a plan to address student behavior, any building level employee can tell you that even with the best detailed behavior intervention, there's always a spike of behaviors before things become better. I encourage you all to pass the additional SROs. We need them in our buildings during the implementation of the district plan. This plan will need time to work, and our current SROs need support, as well as our staff and students need to feel safe. Our SROs want to build relationships with their students, and the additional support, with the additional support, they can do just that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Steve Almberg, and the topic is the proposed increase of central office employees.
Thank you. As a taxpayer of multiple properties and farmland in this community,
I have a few questions for the board members, superintendents, and those who are proposing spending an unimaginable amount of money. Have you as board members, superintendents, and people proposing expenditures spent a full day in each of these district buildings to gain firsthand knowledge of the needs of the students, staff, members, and principals prior to deliberating on the proposed expenditures? For those proposing these expenditures, have you gained input from all stakeholders prior to presenting these changes? Have you written the job descriptions for these proposed positions to ensure that the knowledge base will meet the demands? Can you draw a straight line from these expenditures to student growth and personal well-being and academics? Have teachers and building administrators' input been harmonized with these proposals? If you personally answered no to any of these questions, then I recommend going to the trenches to gain an understanding before voting. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next up is Terry Chris, and the topic is increase in nursing staff.
Hi, my name is Terry Chris. I'm a registered nurse with the district. I've been here 6 years. I started as a helper to our certified nurses. Back then, things were a little bit different than they are now. Now we have so many more increased needs of our students. When I started here, I came from a hospital background as well as a nursing home, and I was shocked that there were kids that had tube feedings. I was shocked by the number of diabetic students we have, and since then the needs have just increased. I sent you all a letter that I hope you've all had time to read. I was going to actually read that out loud now, and I decided that it would be better just to kind of wing it. And I want you to know that we need these positions. As far as the nurses go, COVID there or not, we all work at 120%. We want the very best care for our students, and we will not stop unless we do give the best care that we can be proud of. We're going without breaks. We're spending hours at home working. The certified nurses are helping us out. We're helping them out. The shortage is real. COVID posed some additional problems besides just COVID and contact tracing and that type of stuff, but people put off going to the doctor for medical needs. They put off going to the dentist, getting vision exams. Our children were suffering, so we've been tracking that information. We've been helping parents to set up appointments. You know, parents have lost insurances, things like that. I work very closely with my social worker, and you know, I will sit there and help a parent make calls to make appointments to get them the appointments that they need to get through the system. You know, if you've called Kishwaukee lately or Northwestern, you know you have to push this button, push this button, push that button, and our parents aren't all that educated to be able to get through the system. So I'm happy to say that the majority of the nurses were all there to help these parents as well as the students get the care that they need. Kyle has done an excellent job of being a coordinator for us. However, he does not have any medical background. I kind of joked with you, if you got it, that I said, well, you know, I could be a car manager, but I don't really know that much about cars other than putting my key in. And Kyle's had to get kind of some firsthand information from us. We've had to teach him as we go. Back when I started here, I said that we needed a healthcare coordinator or a director of nursing who knows what we do every day. And now it's even more apparent. In the very beginning of COVID, I had a student who was going to be starting with me who had a tracheostomy. Kyle's like, what's that gonna involve? You know, so I had to explain that to him, and even then he was like, this child wants to come in the middle of COVID with the respiratory problems compounded by a tracheostomy. I'm like, yeah, here's what we're gonna need to do. So, I mean, these positions are very much needed. There's even more and more 504s and IEPs because kids are needing more and more care. They're needing more and more interventions. Between that and just the number of procedures that we do, it's incredible. So I implore you to vote positively for all of the positions that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica Vidal, and, oh wait, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, sorry. We'll do Colleen Clark, or did you switch it? You're good?
Yeah, I'll go first.
Okay, and you're Monica?
No,
You're Colleen, okay. Sorry, Colleen.
That's okay.
So, what is need? Need is commonly defined as circumstances in which something is necessary or that requires some course of action. Synonyms for need include obligation, call, demand, necessity, and requirement. So how did we determine if the students need extra support from social workers, nurses, psychs, and counselors? And are these needs worth $3 million? I live each day trying to determine the social emotional needs of students in my school. Today, I want to ask you, the board members, some questions about need. Does the student carrying his deceased father's funeral portrait around his classroom need extra support? Do the children who have been in multiple house fires, woken up in the dead of night to vacate their burning homes, the ones who can't concentrate on academics, need extra support? Does the student whose mother killed herself and who knows all the tragic details need extra support? Does the student who comes in to tell you that a family member has been touching them in private areas at night while they are trying to sleep, do they need extra support? Does the student who just entered foster care, who started over with a new family and was plopped into our school, need extra support? Do the children that come in with concerns of not having running water or working toilet and ask you for help, do they need extra support? The elementary student who just told their classroom teacher they don't want to live anymore and have a specific plan on how they are going to kill themselves, do they need extra support? Does the student whose father was traumatically killed on Wednesday morning need extra support when they return on Friday? The kindergartner who cries all day and no one can seem to determine why, does this student need extra support? The student who just had their life threatened by another student, do they need support? The student making threats, perhaps they need support. The first grade student who shared during morning meetings that his dad hits his mom and mommy cries, do they need support? The student who doesn't realize he has a black eye when you ask him what happened to his face, who has been getting hit by others on his way to school, do they need support? The girl who just started their menstrual cycle and has been unprepared for this life change, do they need the extra support at school? The elementary student who is confused about their gender and feels as though they do not belong in their own body, do they need support? The student whose family members contact the school for help because their lease has expired and they are now homeless and do not know what to do, does that student need support? If one of these situations was happening to your child, would you want them to have the extra support during their school day? Would you want someone to help them? The majority of the families that I've spoken to are happy and thankful to have the extra support for their kids while at school. All of these situations are examples of students who are not on a caseload. This is not an issue of equity or equality. This is an issue of logistics. What should a building do when there are multiple immediate needs occurring simultaneously with only one staff member as the primary person responsible for addressing social emotional needs? Not every building may have the same needs, but it comes down to this. One person cannot be in more than one place at a time. Emotional support does not occur on a schedule that fits with the availability of one staff member, typically the
Colleen,
social worker.
can you hand it off? Next up is Monica.
Yes.
Vidal.
Yes, that's me.
And follow-up support takes time. Student service staff and special education staff are constantly being pulled away from other duties to give extra support in these situations, which leaves us scrambling to reschedule students on caseloads and the students not on a caseload to be left without support they need to thrive in school and life. To clarify, to be on a special education caseload, the child needs to be labeled with a disability. Children who have experienced extremely stressful or traumatic events do not necessarily meet the criteria required by the state to be labeled as disabled. In a true MTSS model, less than 10% of a student population should be labeled as being disabled. However, students who are not labeled as disabled can be referred to tiered services through MTSS to receive the extra support they so desperately need while at school. To be able to support both our students with disabilities and receiving services via MTSS, more support team members need to be added. Just to remind the board and perhaps inform the public of the support staffing situation in elementary schools is as follows. Psychologists are split between 2 or more buildings and struggle to complete many of their duties. Currently at the elementary level, 3 certified nurses are split with 1 serving 6 elementary schools, another serving 1 elementary and 1 middle school, and the 3rd serving the other middle school and 1 elementary school. Out of our 8 elementary schools, Brooks and Tyler each have 2 social workers or counselors, while the remaining 6 elementary schools have 1 social worker. We have heard at the last few board meetings that this call for additional help is needed. It has been a consistent message from parents, community members, teachers, and administrators. So I ask you today, Will you respond to the call for more social emotional support? Will you make this investment in what our community is not only asking for, but needs now more than ever?
Thank you. Next up is Mary Lynn Buckner, and the issue is communication coordinator.
Yes, thank you. So I'm here to advocate for the students as well. On or about 2008, the board we did have a communications position at that time, and that board at that time deemed that that was a superfluous position. That was also about the time when the board cut a lot of teachers, thus bringing our class sizes up to what they are now. And so we need positions that are going to be boots on the ground with the kids. Just as the my related service colleagues were talking about, we need those positions. What we don't need is a communications coordinator and the FACE coordinator. When I saw this tonight on the board, communications coordinator, I'm like, oh, okay, maybe that's the FACE. No. So you guys are talking about having a communication coordinator and the FACE coordinator to the tune of close to $200,000. Our kids are drowning. We need people on the ground in the building. People who are going to directly impact the kids. And as the gentleman so eloquently put, I don't even know him today, but can you draw a direct line from that position to the kids? A direct line. And I would say no, and I would say that those positions are completely unnecessary at this time. It would be nice to have. We can't afford nice right now. We're in dire need. We need help with the kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Lynn. I'm going to call Jeremy so he can join us. Do we have to make a motion to do that?
I don't know what the rules are since after COVID, or since COVID.
I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion for a board member to join us remotely.
Excuse me, can you speak up, please?
Sure. I'll make a motion for a board member to join us remotely.
I'll
move.
Second.
Roll call?
Stacy Ramirez?
Yes.
Seymour?
Yes.
Samantha McDavid?
Yes.
Sarah Moses?
Yes. Hey, I'm going to put you on speaker here next to me in the meeting, okay? All right. Yep, hang on. So we've got Jeremy joining us by speakerphone. Okay. Do you want to go on mute while you're not talking?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Okay, next up is board committee reports and correspondence. Does anyone have committee reports or correspondence?
I do. Since the last board meeting, I attended a meeting with the Social Justice Committee. I was also invited to participate in the principal interviews for the high school, which were great. This upcoming Thursday, I also have a meeting with the SEL committee, there's an SEL committee meeting. And then I also, in this week, I also plan to reach out to the principals schools to which I am a liaison, to make sure that I plan a visit.
I participated in the safety committee meeting, myself and Amanda, and at that time, the contractor who's doing our safety audit pretty much was the substance and the source of the meeting. And he was very professional in that he took a lot of questions from the people that were there on the call, asking what the process was, and his opinion towards some of the ideas and concerns that people in the meeting had. And that took up the better part of our hour. It was a good and productive meeting. We're going to follow up and continue with the things that we didn't talk about in our next meeting.
Good.
I attended a meeting with Jeremy and also with the city manager, Mayor Cohen Barnes, and Police Chief Bird Minerva, and a couple cabinet members to just kind of talk through a little bit more the need or the recommendation for adding SROs. I think it was a good discussion. I know Jeremy couldn't be there as long as he wanted to, and yeah, I did want to ask. I don't know if this is the right time, but will our next meeting be our organizational meeting? Okay.
Anybody else? Did you mention anything? Okay. Jeremy, did you have anything to share?
No, well, yes, I guess. The synopsis, I think, that Samantha just gave was good. I'm going to have more questions, I guess, when we get to that spot on the agenda in terms of, there's some things that I think we need to research in more detail, and I'll probably reserve those questions for when we get to that portion of the meeting.
Okay, sounds good, thank you. Anybody else? Okay. All right, next up is acceptance of donations from NIU, NAPDS.
NIU partners with the National Association for Professional Development Schools, among other schools, and they hold an annual conference. This year the conference was in Chicago, and they used NIU student teachers to support the work that's done at that conference. Here at D428, we held a reception to support those student teachers and the NIU Education Department, and to celebrate the work that they did for that conference. They provided us with a lot of valuable items that we will be sharing with our students. They accept donations, and people share a variety of teachable items such as books and microscopes and markers, and the list goes on and on. All the things that were left over from the conference, NIU donated to us as a partnering district, and those are the items that we in turn can give to our buildings to give to our students. So they'll have books to read at home, at night, they'll have science projects, equipment, and other things that they can use to learn from. There were student teachers that were present that day. Some couldn't make it, but since last Monday when we held the reception, 3 of them have applied for jobs for next year. So our partnership is showing to be very positive. Now we just have to place. So we thank NIU for the contributions, and we'll be getting those items out to our buildings for our students.
Thank you. Thank you, Deetra. All right, next up is acceptance of donations from Enchanted Backpacks.
It's just a read for a thank you, Sarah.
Huh?
It's just a read for a thank you, acknowledging.
Okay. So the board and the district would like to thank Enchanted Backpacks for donation of supplies to Little John Elementary School. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jackie, you said consent agenda items.
A through I, the papers are H and
Oh, okay. It is recommended that the board approve agenda items A through I on the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Samantha McDavid,
Yes.
Sarah Moses,
Yes.
Jeremy Olson,
Jeremy?
Yes.
Stacy Ramirez,
Yes.
David Seymour.
Yes.
Okay, next up is FTE request for school year 2022-23. This is information and action. Ms. Deetra Salas.
Good evening. On our board docs, you are able to see both the cover sheet and the FTE request. They are also on the screen for those of you that are present inside of the boardroom. So at our previous meeting, we brought forward the same request, and per the board's request, we provided more detail and went back and just did some work on it. It is a large ask, and we recognize that it's a large ask, but we feel that that was the right thing to do, to bring forward all the things that we see we need to support the teaching and learning of our students. As we do that, we are happy to entertain questions from the board. This presentation is broken down into 3 parts. The first part is district-wide requests. Those are positions that affect the district as a whole. There is a facilities position, the communications position, and some teacher positions, but they are itinerant positions, meaning they are not assigned to a building, they're assigned to district-wide work. Beyond that, there's elementary requests and there are secondary requests. I'm happy to go through this document however the board would like. All right, and I welcome any questions.
So I guess my question is, last board meeting I asked if we could do a like pared down like to just like the like bare minimum that we could request, then like what would be a step up from that, and then what would be a step up from that, and then like what, like this is pretty much like everything, right? This is like our dream list.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess, and then it's to the tune of just over $3.5 million. So if we're only, like I guess what I was asking for is like a prioritization of what's, you know, the necessity versus what would be nice to have in addition. So I don't have that.
So our secondary requests, I'm going to go in reverse order now. Our secondary requests are based on student course selections, enrollment, and statutory regulations from the school code. The elementary requests, some are similar to those requests, and then others are so that we can decrease loads for teachers, such as our bilingual itinerant teacher, and being able to provide equity throughout the district for where those bilingual programs are offered. And then at the district level, very similar again, based upon school code regulation and then needs of the district based on needs of the work that needs to be done. For example, the maintenance position. As was mentioned by someone, there were some positions that the district had previously and then they eliminated, but we still have the same needs and we're still spending that money, but we're spending that money by outsourcing it. So by being able to bring that work back in district, we can regulate the costs that we are spending. So this is our priority list. There were greater requests that did not make it to this list as we looked at how we could absorb some of that work into other positions or redistribute that work. This is our list. And when I say our, I say the administration.
Sure. Cindy, how much did we budget for 22, 23 for FTE requests?
For next
Yeah.
budget year, typically what we do is we have a baseline of 8 FTE. That's really just a starting point. You know, we're looking at our long-term financial projections.
Yeah.
And then we adjust once we know our needs. So that's really just a starting point before we get going.
So you said 8?
Yes.
And like what's the price range?
I would say that's about $500,000.
Okay. So that would be a more typical request.
The last few years, our requests have exceeded that.
Yeah.
Just because of the needs, we hired more social workers,
Right.
more social emotional support. So the last, I would say, 3 years, we've exceeded that 8. Yeah.
Okay.
You will see requests for reading interventionists and reading specialists. Those are based on students' achievement and the need for additional intervention support in the classrooms. So I failed to mention that.
So one of the major issues here is the cost of the price tag.
Sure.
However, I understand that some of these positions can be funded through ESSER. Do we have the documents or a document that would indicate which of these roles can be funded via ESSER?
What is it for
Yeah, it would just depend. I would, because really ESSER, you have to connect it to how it is impacting COVID-19. So how we're responding or trying to mitigate COVID-19. So it would be specific to that. So anything related to, I would say, social emotional supports, you know, getting students back, anything related to learning loss, additional staff we need to help support those students in those areas. So it would really depend. And again, those are that's temporary funding, so it would be something we could fund initially. We do have some room in that grant. We just submitted it, so the state's in the process of reviewing everything. But there is a little bit of room that if there were some of these positions we could support for the next 2 years through the ESSER grant, we could, knowing that we would have to include that in our general budget after that.
So even if we were to pay people using ESSER funds, we'd still have to be able to sustain that long term beyond our availability of ESSER funding.
Yeah.
Would you happen to be able to offer some ballpark area as to what ESSER might be able to contribute?
You mean dollar-wise?
Yeah, I know, and not to the penny. But
Yeah, it sort of depends, because we're also looking at our needs with facilities. And some of these ESSER funds, we could use for that as well. We're making good use of those funds because it's, you know, let's say we're using them already for that, for a lot of the heating, ventilation projects that are worked on, that we're doing, that we asked a lot of to do, but now these funds are a perfect use for that, to help with that. And those are, a lot of districts are using their funds for that. So we kind of have to balance out, if we're looking to do renovations of the building, let's just say, to provide more space for students, so we can provide more classrooms to decrease class size, we could use some of those funds for that. So it's kind of an offset. So it really, you know, if we can maybe do $500,000 or $1 million, I'm just throwing a dollar out, I think that we'd have to look at it towards maybe that purpose, but we do want to leave some funds on the table for those projects too, depending on when we're in the process of the facility assessment. And when that is completed, we'll have a better idea of, we're looking at really every square inch of the buildings that we're using now, how they're being used, and if we need to do any expansion or even contraction, and find space for classrooms as well as for people too. So it's sort of, it's a balancing act. You want to make sure that we've got that funding available as well.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody else have questions?
Sarah, can we discuss just quickly, was there a communications position or something on that list? I'm driving right now, I don't have that.
Yeah, no, there's a communications coordinator position listed for $105,000 a year. Well, $145,800 with benefits.
Okay, and then, so I guess I got a few thoughts here. We're talking about, this one's like about a 3.5% bump in our annual budget. And then when we get to the other piece, obviously we're looking at a much bigger piece of the pie. But some of the things that just jump out at me here, top of mind, and I'm not sure if everybody can hear me, but
we can.
is we're making pretty massive leaps here, right, in expanding our payroll and our number of employees and FTEs. And most of the time, what I would see and what is typically recommended is more of a overtime implemented strategy. So, like for instance, what number of school counselors? I see we have 8 of them in here. How many do we have now?
Well, the request is actually for school counselors / school social workers. So it kind of depends on what you're asking. So what I can say is at the elementary level right now, we have at least 1 social worker in each building. Tyler and Brooks would have 2 social workers because they've either been identified as a building that has a higher need for social emotional support or they house special programs. At the middle school level, we have 3 counselors at Huntley Middle School, and we have 2 counselors at Clinton Rosette Middle School. There is 1 counselor that also supports Tyler Elementary School. At each middle school has 2 social workers. At the high school level, we have 5 school counselors and 4 social workers. And there are some school psychologists in there as well.
Okay, so I wasn't able to hear well enough to do all the math. So what are we talking in terms of counselors total? What was that number then? I was trying, I just wanted a number.
Yeah, we're counting.
We'll say about 5,000. 21.
About 21 across the district.
Okay.
In those
Then we
multiple
wanna add-
roles.
We want to add 8 more. So, yeah, and listen, I hear you when you say combo positions, but then I'm going to remark on the communications position, referencing that I find it, I'm a little challenged by this sort of thing. For instance, I think we paid extra money for Phil to be in charge of communications, and now I have another communications position on the budget, and we still have an open engagement communication, community communications type role that is open from Valerie Hernandez's departure. So, I mean, we're talking about, this was supposed to be part of one position, and my experience now, we're really outsourcing that, and we just paid extra for it. So, when you say that these are, counselor / social emotional, my question would be, my experience has not been that when we do that, we're very successful with combo positions. So, can you, and then the second part of that is you're basically, adding a 33% increase in the number of people doing that job. And that seems like a really big number considering, the district has functioned with 33% fewer in the past. So, and I know that we've been talking about other positions in addition to that. So I guess I'm just a little concerned that maybe we're flying a little too high too fast. And when I heard this was a wish list, typically a wish list of this is what everybody wants, I'd love to know where the priority is, because I can't tell from this list. You're making it all look like a priority. That on an average year, I think we approved 900,000 last year, and we're going to jump to 3.5 million because it's all desperately needed. I guess I'm just a little bit lost on that. So I know that's a lot of thoughts that I just shared. But I mean, we're the fiduciary here, and Minerva, it's obviously your job to be the fiduciary over this as well. And frankly, this is a lot of money to our taxpayers, and they're the people that put us in these chairs. So, I mean, unless it's absolutely necessary to do this, I mean, we're talking about, if we combine this with, the other ask, we're looking at a 10% increase in our budget. I mean, by 26, we'll have eaten through our entire fund of building projects. It doesn't leave any money for anything, a change in our government status, right? We get a new governor or something like that, administrative changes. We don't know if we're going to get the same funding. And so we're putting a lot of eggs in this bank. It's always going to be perfect. My concern is, why are we feeling like we need to jump so quickly and add so much instead of doing this the way all other organizations do, which is essentially incremental increases?
So Jeremy, if I may, this is Minerva. I just want to make sure that we all understand the nuances between a communication coordinator versus SEL specialists and social workers and counselors. So we've heard over the course of this year how dire our need is to ensure that our students feel safe, that they have made connections, that we're supporting them to wrap around services so that we can remove barriers for our students and they can come to school and feel like they can learn. You've heard, we've all heard, we've read in the paper, we've listened to individuals, we've seen in school what the need is, and for us to try to equate the need for a social worker, counselor, and a communication coordinator, you're absolutely right. I would not compare that to that. But our numbers, our data shows that we do need to be able to support our children and their families to make sure that they feel like they're being taken care of while they're in school. Because if we don't do this, we will continue to see numbers climb where children are disenfranchised even further, and the trauma that is being caused, whether they're within the building or outside of the building, will not be able to be addressed. We just don't have enough staff. That means then our teachers and other staff have to take up for that. That takes them away from actually doing the work that we need them to do. So because we don't have space to put teachers so that we can reduce class size, the need for the additional supports will help us to reduce the need for the teachers to be removed from the classroom so that they can take care of the needs of the children and the teacher can continue to be the teacher in the classroom. So, I don't want us to do one or the other. If the communication coordinator is something that we want to put on the side, then I have no problem with that, right? But I don't want to cost
the district the needs, the type of supports and resources that we need for our children and families, so that we can continue to help them to move forward as a learner in the district, so that we can improve student achievement.
I don't necessarily, I'm sorry, was there applause there?
Yeah.
Couldn't tell what was going on. Okay. Yeah, so again, I don't know that we're aligned on that, in that, you're talking about student counselors and social emotional type supports, which I think are important, but they're important more so now because of the fact that frankly, we're not doing a very good job of keeping our schools in discipline, right? And so we're putting together a plan on how to attack that, which I think is going to involve things, like safety and security officer staff and things of that nature as well. Because if our plan that we're going to roll out this fall addresses that, then the need for 8 additional headcount in these types of positions might be less. So again, I'm speaking to, and obviously I'm on this particular little side committee on safety, so I'm pretty plugged into the situation, and I would say that these aren't the positions that are solving that problem. They are the Band-Aid on the problem that we're trying to fix.
Well,
And
can I respond
why
to
on earth
that?
would we hire 8 people to fill that void if we're going to resolve the problem?
Jeremy, I have a comment to that. I'm actually part of the SEO committee, and behavioral issues is part of one of the issues. It's not all of it. If we're talking about supporting the student holistically, supporting the student holistically is not just behavioral issues, but really there's a lot of other things that go into us being responsible and responding to their needs. So I respectfully will disagree with you in stating that it is just behavioral issues.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
I'm talking about the counselor positions and the social workers that you're questioning in regards to that. They are very short-staffed, and if you ever get the opportunity to sit in one of the SEO committees, it will be important for you to possibly sit in one of these committees so that you could actually understand and hear the perspective that they're coming from. There is a dire need for that. There is a dire need for us to support the staff so that they can be as effective as possible with supporting the children.
As well as, we cannot do a single approach. There's no way to talk about working on student behaviors if you're not addressing social emotional needs. It has to be a multifaceted approach. It has to be safety committee and SEL. It cannot be one or the other. We're not going to solve any problems.
But isn't the need for the SEL being created by the issues in the classroom?
No,
That was my understanding.
the need for SEL, behaviors are symptoms of social emotional development and learning needs.
Okay, so basically then what you're saying is that we as a district are committed to providing that for everyone in addition to the rest of it.
Yes, I think we have to be. That's what, yes.
That's the
MTSS
intent.
supports Tier 1 SEL.
Tier 3, tiers 2 and 3.
And 2 and 3.
The purpose of the position is to ensure that not only does a teacher provide SEL support as a Tier 1 as part of their MTSS in the classroom, but as student needs become more obvious or more time needs to be spent, that we have resources that can be allocated to support those children so the teacher in the classroom can continue to do the work that needs to be done while the student needs are being addressed and met and mitigated so that they can come back into the classroom as a solid learner. And if not possible, then also reaching out to the family to help mitigate what the family needs so that we are supporting the whole child and that they can come back into the school and be a part of the community. If we do not do that on our side, then we are just leaving it to chance on the outside, and we need to work as a partner. The city, the police, every aspect of DeKalb needs to be a part of this conversation. Just like a family and community engagement manager. We're trying to get one. We actually need way more than that. And the reason that we need those folks are those become the advocates for the families on behalf of students when children aren't doing well so that they can get the services and supports they need, whether they're happening in the school building or they're out in the community. We talk a lot about those partnerships, but if we don't have folks that can actually begin to mitigate that, we are going to lose our children to a lot more than just the trauma that we see now, and the behaviors can become worse, and or unsupported, they can turn into something else. So, and the thing is too, is that right now we may need that. And hopefully, and the expectation, the intent is for those things to turn around. So right now we may be asking for 3 SROs. Next year we may say, hey, sorry guys, we only need 1 now, take 2 back, right? And I think that partnership is gonna be very clear, that we are able to do that. Right now we may need all of these other folks, but then as the classroom sizes begin to get smaller, and then we open up other rooms, and those folks become teachers, they get their own classrooms, and then we are mitigating other issues and making sure that teachers have more one-on-one direct connection with our students. So the plan isn't one size, it's not just one thing that's gonna fix everything. And the other piece of it is that we have to be flexible. We have to look at our data, as you know, look at our data, see what it is that we need in the moment. We have to project what we think we're gonna see in the future. We have to make sure that we're ready and prepared for that. And then we have to continue to plan further outright. If we are going to make change, then we have to take the risk.
Any of the data that speaks to the fact that we need 8 school counselors, I would love to see it. I mean, I'm not sure what you're basing. I mean, if you're saying that we absolutely need 8 people, but that's gonna solve the problem, then so be it. Is that what we're saying right now? And what are we basing that 8 people on? I guess that's what I'm looking for, right?
I'm gonna have Kyle answer that.
Hey, Jeremy, that's a really good question. And so I want to go back just a little bit and kind of contextualize the 8 additional counselors / social workers. So the position is listed as counselor / social worker to cast a little bit of a wider net, because we feel like those 2 specialties can serve the purpose of what we're trying to accomplish. What we have done as a district over a number of years is we've evaluated our MTSS model, Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, when it comes to providing access to social emotional support for all of our kids. Where we've invested a lot of time and resources in is Tier 3. And I'm gonna do an analogy that we're constantly putting out students that are fires, but students who are in crisis, we're doing a crisis response for those students. That's really resource intensive, both from a personnel cost, financial cost, and time cost. Those students need that support. We're happy to provide that support, but we're gonna continue to triage at Tier 3 until we really address Tier 1 and Tier 2. Over the last few years, we've spent a lot of time on Tier 1. We've made a lot of progress as a district. We have a Tier 1 SEL curriculum at the elementary level, EC included. We have it at the middle school level, and the high school has even rolled out since COVID a Tier 1 curriculum as well that they're implementing. What we have found is our gap is in Tier 2. So our clinicians in our school, social workers, counselors, psychologists, they're spending a lot of time at the Tier 3 level, responding to students in crisis and meeting their legal obligations under the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act, which would be the minutes that are provided within an IEP, or Section 504, which would be accommodations. What, and some members of our staff have spoken to this, is there are more students out there that don't fall into those categories. They don't have an IEP, they don't have a 504, they're not necessarily Tier 3, but they're students that are at risk for negative outcomes. And the idea behind the 8 additional counselor social workers is for us to be able to fully and better address Tier 1 and more specifically Tier 2, so we can identify and support students earlier, so we can prevent negative outcomes down the road. And it's very intentional that we're looking at, I think we need to provide services pre-K through 12, but we need to intervene earlier on in our students' education, especially our kinder, first, and second graders, which I know there's a lot of attention at the secondary level when it comes to conduct and things like that. I'll be honest with you, I'm really worried about our kinder, first, and second grade, and it goes down to pre-K and EC, because they haven't had that normalcy yet. They're kind of playing catch up when it comes to social emotional skills, problem solving ability, decision making. And so I think what we really focus on right now is that secondary concern, but we can't ignore the need at the lower levels. And this is the best way that my department, in collaboration with a lot of other stakeholders, have identified as our way to respond right now. And I do think there's urgency in the timing of that. to be honest
So
with you.
Kyle, I appreciate the rationale, I do. And I'm here to ask the difficult questions that everybody has to listen to. But at the end of the day, I still don't understand where need came from. I understand the need and the position and what you see it. What I'm looking for is, where did we come up with the number?
Yep, good question. So what we looked at is 8 elementary schools. Now they're not all the same size, they don't all have necessarily the same need, but what we would be able to do with those 8 FTE is allocate them. So some of our elementary schools would get an additional 1.0 FTE. Some of our elementary schools would split those FTE, and it would go down, and I keep saying elementary, I don't want to dismiss our ELDC, they factor into this too. But I'm going to use Founders Elementary for an example. One of our largest elementary schools right now, 1 social worker, 1 psychologist. That is barely meeting the needs of our students with disabilities. It's not allowing us to get any further with that. So that is a building that needs an additional 1.0. Lincoln certainly has students with needs, but they don't have the special programs, they don't necessarily have the same size, so they might not necessarily need that 1.0 FTE. Maybe they would get away with a 0.5 FTE, and then another building would have that additional 0.5 FTE and would be able to meet the tier 2 needs that they have. What we would do after this FTE proposal, depending on how the board acts, is we would sit down after we do our spring universal screening, we would look at our student data, and we would allocate those resources as equitably as we can based on that need. But we feel like 8 would provide us the coverage we need to actually make a difference in not only the direct impact on students, but in our MTSS framework as a whole.
I think it's also important for us to note that we have to start being more proactive rather than reactive. And right now, just because we have been able to survive with the stuff, you know, the staff that we do have on board, I mean, that doesn't mean that they're not overworked, right? There is a lot of need, and we are being very reactive because of the short, the support that they have, that they're lacking actually. So there is a high need for it that can support not only the needs that are right now, but that we can prevent, you know, as they're coming, because the issues are happening and the concerns are there. They're present. So, I mean, all we have to do is really just continue to listen to what the community continues to ask, parents, students, and staff ultimately. I'm just finding it very difficult to believe that we're having this question because of the fact that we are in a dire situation where we are in need of these support services so that we could support our staff and most importantly the children that they're supporting.
I'm not opposed to supporting our staff. I mean, my understanding of this is that it's dealing with situations in the classroom that are disrupting education, which is our job. And those kids get removed, and then I suppose, have to go talk to one of these counselors and work on that behavior. I understand that. However, you know, we have this other end of the spectrum as well, and I guess part of my issue here is that all of this is coming at once, right? Like, why are we not doing a build-up approach, right? Why are we not adding 2 a year to see how helpful it is and impactful? Where's the data, like number of counseling visits per person, and actually trying to understand, you know, I don't even know if this is working, right? And is, other than anecdotal information, like, well, it seems like, you know, there's less disruption in the classroom. I guess I would feel more comfortable around spending this much taxpayer money to deal with students who are struggling if I understood exactly how they're being helped and if that's being effective. And if it is, I'm the biggest fan. But again, we tend to go and just we're hiring, and my example of this whole communications position, while different, was just analogous to we keep creating and hiring positions, and then I'm not seeing any results. And so I think we should all be concerned about that, and the best way to do that is to try to measure it. So Kyle, I'm gonna throw this back at you. How do we plan to measure it, and how can I get some data with a jumping off point from when we make these hires so that we can actually see? Because if it's not working, then we gotta change our strategy, right? And how do we know if we're not measuring anything? You know, these are just conversations, right? It's pressure testing the theory. You're betting if we spend $700,000 on counselors that we're going to see a difference in the average student sitting in that classroom getting educated. I just want to know how we're measuring it because it's a big investment. Does that make sense, Kyle?
Yep.
I hope I'm being clear.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And you know, I can.
Minerva, I should say,
Sure.
doing that. But.
No worries.
Yeah. It does make sense, and that's a very good question. Where do I want to start? We measure student social emotional growth in a lot of ways. We measure it by very directly by our universal screening data, which a little foreshadowing, I'll cover a little bit in detail when we talk about our department realignment. That is something that we've done now for a number of years, and that's information that we have and we can compare kind of baseline to now. There's extensive research out there that shows that the investment in social emotional learning is cost effective for school districts, for communities down the road. So it's not only the academic achievement cost, but it's honestly it's developing productive members of society that can go out and obtain jobs and work collaboratively with others and reduce the strain on maybe policing and some of those things. And I will say this, I think in general, not just this school board, but in my decade in this district, I think our school board has come a long way with recognizing the importance of the investment of SEL. I think COVID slapped everybody in the face. And I think here we are recognizing that there was a high level of need prior to this pandemic. This pandemic has put us in a place now where unfortunately some of our students do have struggles with that self-regulation, with that positive peer socialization, and that's generally what's recognizable. What I want to be very cautious of though is that's just one way that behavior manifests itself. There's a whole nother layer here where we talk about kids with more internalizing concerns, with anxiety, with suicidal ideation, with lack of engagement or school attendance, school refusal. All of that is SEL. And the way we measure that, we have various screeners that we do at the elementary and middle school level. We very intentionally try to capture that internalizing need because that's ultimately, it might not be as overt, but that's just as impactful as the students that have difficulty regulating their behavior. So what I think, Jeremy, to go back to your original question is, how are we going to measure success? You're going to measure success first and foremost in, are all of our students able to access social emotional support? Because right now, I would say no, they're not. So the first step in my mind is we've got to make sure they can access social emotional support. Now, I'm very biased. I've worked with some great colleagues in this district, and I'm a school psychologist by training. But I know for a fact if we can get our clinicians, our kids in front of our clinicians, our kids are going to benefit. There's no doubt in my mind about it. But right now, we don't have the capacity to meet the need that's out there. So the access would be the first step. Second step is you're going to see those universal screening data change over time. You're going to see academic achievement, attendance. Those are the metrics that we would want to measure over time to see an improvement. And if we're not seeing that payoff, then we have to look at what is our strategy, what is our model. But I would say right now, we don't have the framework in place to truly say that we're going to be guaranteeing an outcome that's positive. But we can get there with additional staff.
Okay. Last question, I promise. It's interesting because, looking at the demographer data, it doesn't seem like our student population has changed dramatically. And I do know that there appears to be some sort of an effect from COVID, but it does appear, and I'm obviously covered the high school a couple of years ago for a couple of years, that the behavior has gotten worse on a fairly substantial level. Would you agree?
I think students and adults right now are really struggling, and I think our students don't have the executive functioning skills, that social emotional foundation to be able to manage as well as some adults do. And I think that's what we're seeing. And I'll be honest with you, Jeremy, it's not unique to our district. I know that's kind of being a worn out narrative right now, but I think because the entire country is seeing this rise in need, it tells us that it might not be necessarily something that we aren't doing right. It's the need has gone higher, and therefore a response has to be higher.
Well, and that's where I wanted to go with this, so I appreciate you taking it down that road, because, you know, when I look at this, I'm definitely a solutions-oriented person, right? And I've been consulting a lot of my life, so it's problem sort of solution stuff is what I do. And you know, I look at like some of the data that was provided to me, and I was looking at just the number of SRO calls at a place like Elgin with a much higher number of students, but actually has a fairly similar number of SRO calls. And I'd be curious to know, how is a district like that doing it? And are we, you know, I just feel like there's so much more research we can do. I'd be curious to know if anybody has looked into some of these districts and spoken to them in terms of how many per capita type, you know, do they have counselors for social emotional stuff? Why is it that they're getting less SRO calls than us? Is it the way we count them? Is it that they've just got a different system than us? But when we're going to go and add a bunch of people, like I said, if it's been proven to work somewhere and we're modeling it and we're doing the research, then okay, that's great. If we're taking a swag at it and saying this is about what we need because we think this is what's going to be successful, I get a little bit more nervous, right? So I'm just kind of checking in to say, like, our population hasn't changed in the last 10 years much at all. And
Jeremy, can I ask you a question about that? Do you mean just sheer numbers, or do you mean what are you gauging our population hasn't changed? Because I think the demographer study actually said differently. As does our school report card, our interactive school report card. In the last 2 years, even our students that are eligible for free and reduced lunch have increased. We were at 60%, we're now at 65% in 2 years, 65%. Over half of our students.
yeah, you're talking about a 3% shift in terms of socioeconomic status. I don't see that as...
Well, that's just one factor.
Right, but you're talking 3%, Samantha.
I'm talking
and what I'm pointing out is that the number of our student body has not changed dramatically, and we're planning to be flat. What I find interesting is that you know the student population mix hasn't changed substantially in terms of comparative to the increase in the number of SRO calls, which is off the charts different. So it's not a matter of single-digit percentages. We all know that. So my question was, why do we believe that is? And how much of it do you think is driven by the way we monitor behavior? I just want to understand your level of knowledge, and then also I'd like to know, you know, what districts have you gone to as sort of that best practice type place to really dive in and see what the districts that have a great strategy and that are doing well in similar situations, what are they doing, and how much time have we spent on that, and where? I'd be interested to know.
I think I have quite a bit of experience coming from a much larger district and looking at what systems and processes and practices are in place. Coming here, systems and we don't have a framework that we could set a foundation on. So that's what we're spending our time doing now. Similarly, Elgin, Rockford, Waukegan, Aurora, and other districts of Freeport, and then of course the surrounding districts here in our own region, in having conversations with those superintendents who've been around a little bit longer, who have things in place. They have other systems in place that they've been able to mitigate that. So they do have resources. They do have other things that we currently do not. So based on the number of students that we currently have, based on the data of what we're seeing, not just on the SRO calls, but just in general, the types of calls that are made from teachers regarding students, from student to student, from home to student, we have to be able to mitigate that first in order to be able to lay a foundation. Again, being allowed flexibility to be able to build that, and then work towards tier 2, which is the one where we're greatly lacking, and is in a place that also needs to be further developed. Did you want to add anything to that?
No. Well, yeah. It's not necessarily district specific, but when we think about, I don't know if you're familiar with the CASTLE framework. And we look at that framework and we look at what those SEL competencies are, and then they model out based on best practice, here's how you have to approach a holistic strategy to SEL. And it's about a community partnership, it's about family partnership, it's about school district level support, which would fall into the code of conduct, our NTSS or PBIS frameworks, and then we talk about classroom supports. And so we're using that framework to try and guide what we feel is best practice. And many districts utilize that. Castle's probably one of the most well-known organizations right now and is a trailblazer in SEL.
So given that those other districts, so we're not talking to anyone, like, we're just going off of the literature, is that my understanding then? In terms of data and sharing of data, is that not something that goes on in this area?
Well,
It just seems like the best practice, you know what I mean, to like think your equivalent of, you know, another district that's similar, right? I think that might be good to share best practices.
Okay. I will say this, Jeremy, I meet with Region 2 directors of student services, special education, our county directors. I work with MTSS consultants that come from U46. So what we are implementing, honestly, is pretty progressive compared to a lot of other districts, especially in our area. So we're already heading down a path that I think a lot of districts are probably envious of in terms of our structure and our services. And it aligns with what is supported by the research, and that's where Castle would come from. So it's not always an apples and apples comparison. Like U46 in our district are very different in size, they're different in, you know, demographics. But the model is essentially something that can translate to our district.
Good, Jeremy, any more questions?
No, I'm good right now, thank you.
Okay. Does anyone else have questions or comments? So,
Is that,
sorry, can you hear me? So I get my question, so you were saying like the communications coordinator, like this position, kind of going back to that in terms of that and the FACE coordinator, and then also Phil is, but he's not here, right?
No.
Okay, so, because that's what, I mean, like Phil was doing communications, but we also needed a communications coordinator in addition to that.
So he supervises that. He doesn't do the communications. He is a strategic planning and MTSS framework developer.
And communications.
And so
Those are
under
the three
his
things
guise,
that we have.
family and community engagement and communications is under his guise.
Right.
That doesn't necessarily mean that he was the one that was intended to do that work. So we brought him on for the strategic plan and for MTSS.
And communications, those three things.
It's under his guise, under his purview, correct.
So.
Do we want to remove the one or the other? We can take it off the table for now,
so
if that's what's going to keep us from moving forward.
Yeah, I don't have I'm all on board 100% with obviously supporting our students' needs, taking care of what our kids are in need of right now, supporting, you know, social emotional issues. I mean, I've been a huge advocate of that ever since I've been on the board and supported all these hiring decisions that we've made. However, you know, I do have a concern just about, I mean, we have to be able to sustain our budget as well. So if we're making this large of a jump, are there any positions here, and that was really my question from the last meeting, is every single thing on this, of this 3.5 million, a priority? It's 100% a priority that we absolutely need, or is there, you know, is there a pared down version? Because my concerns jump to sustainability in the future, because if we add $3 million FTE on this year, and then we gotta add FTE on next year, so then, and the next year, and the following year. So like I just wanna make sure that's what my concern revolves around, because obviously we have to be able to support our students. That's 100% what we're here for, but we also have to be able to you know, have a sound financial plan moving forward, and I have concerns around that too, so.
So I believe that Cindy spent quite a bit of her weekend this weekend making sure that we were able to take a look at that. We've had a number of conversations around what needs to happen. If the, you know, there's things that the board is, as my supervisor, has asked me to make sure that I do, I want to make sure that we have what we need to be able to do that work. If that is something that is no longer a priority, then I don't have, or that is not as high a priority, I would say my students are the #1 priority, and that I'm willing to table those 2 positions or any other position in this moment for this request, so that we can move forward for the support that my teachers and my families and my students need.
I would say our, and
Obviously.
and most definitely. But that's my question, is just like, are there priorities that, are there things that are not, like, I guess that's what I had asked for, is there like a prioritized
But I think that this
breakdown?
list has gone down drastically from the original request of the 10 million. I mean,
No,
and
this
even
is,
just.
this is separate.
We were,
This
well,
is the same as last time.
in totality, it would have been $10 million, and we've
This
brought
is,
it down
wait, I
to
just wanna, let's
3.5.
clarify, because I don't want you to be confused on that. This is the exact same request as last meeting,
What I'm
for
s-
the FTE request for administrators in the district level.
I will say
So
in,
separately, the rest of that was the reorganization stuff.
when, in the agenda
So
setting
you-
meeting, that I covered, I asked if this was prioritized, and it was communicated then that they felt that these were what we absolutely need.
And you're okay with the 3.5 million?
I am also willing to, so we have a FACE coordinator position open that hasn't been filled.
Right, we
I
have
would be
several.
willing to put the communications coordinator off of here, but I think all of these other ones, communication has been something that has come up multiple times from staff,
Right.
from community, and so,
I agree fully, but I know that we have Phil here, but he's not here tonight. And then we have a position open for FACE,
Right,
which
so
we're not able to fill.
possibly if we
And then we're
were,
gonna open this position as well, so that's what, like, you know.
if we were able to.
I mean, I agree, I've 100% said, you know, we need a PR person, we need communications, we need, also though, like, what is also fiscally responsible too, because we've got to be able to sustain this if we're, you know.
Mhm.
And then we've also gotta ask, you know, for a director of diversity and inclusion, and then we've also got, you know, the whole reorganization, which is millions of dollars more, so I just, like, I'm getting nervous.
And I also, I just want to pop in here a little bit. It was not portrayed to me that the communications aspect of Phil's job was to be the manager of a future hire.
Right.
We paid him an additional, I forget how many tens of thousands of dollars in order to bring him on because he was going to be taking on that additional responsibility. And so again, you know, when I'm asking all of these questions, because it seems like things sometimes shift and change, and once you hire someone, it's very difficult to unhire someone, especially someone that's excited to have a job. So I'm sensitive to that. You know, the people we hire, we should plan to keep, which is why I think incremental additions are important. But it does, I guess I'm fully against more than basically one communications position. And frankly, I just don't understand why we paid someone more to be in charge of that, and now they're basically just gonna be the supervisor checking in on that person. That was not clear to me, and I apologize for doing this in a public setting, but I didn't have much of a choice now.
We can go back to that meeting and that conversation, but the conversation was a convergence between the strategic planning component and the MTSS.
And
manager.
communications, it was
Right.
3.
So if right now,
How's that
are we okay with moving forward, or where are we at with moving forward if we were to table the communications coordinator position?
So let's just take the communications coordinator out of the picture, and let's just drop it for now. We can have a conversation later. But right now, what we need to do is be able to move forward with the support so that we can get to fill those positions. If we wait any longer,
Well,
we will
yeah.
not be able to do that.
We're late already. We are late. So if we remove the communications coordinator, then what's our total?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, sorry, I said if we remove the communications coordinator, what's our total? I mean, about, yeah, about 33 million. And then like, what about the facilities operations, the LG9 maintenance specialty, the HVAC position for 100,000? Is that as essential as 8 counselors?
So I will say we are still spending that money, but we're spending that money through outsourcing that service.
Okay, how much did we spend to outsource it last year?
I'm sorry, I don't have that specific amount right here in front of me. We pay $110 an hour, and most of that to a company, and that's actually a lower rate than some school districts are paying. We are trying to increase that. We're looking to go out for a quote on that, but we're looking with our in-house, it would be an hourly rate of less than 30 an hour plus benefits on top of that.
But I guess, okay, so then, so my question is, if we don't have a number on how much we spent last year or the year before, then how could we justify this purchase? Like, if I don't know what we spent, if we spent, you know, like 30,000 on it last year, but we're asking to hire someone at almost 70,000.
We are well over the amount that would be spent on hiring an in-house individual. When you add in the contracting amount, I don't have the exact amount, so I don't want to state an exact amount to you, but I can guarantee we are well over what we would pay in $100,000 to an in-house individual. Because another amount that is not factored into this is the overtime that we pay to the currently certified individual when we do have to call him in outside of his 40 hours. He is our only certified HVAC, and as our systems are getting more advanced, it's more critical that those individuals be certified to maintain that equipment from where we currently stand.
Does anybody else have questions? Thank you, Tammy. Okay. Then we'll go ahead and let's see. So it is recommended the Board of Education approve the FTE request for the 22-23 school year. Is there a motion?
I have a question.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. I'm sorry.
I didn't. So are we voting on what's been proposed or what's been proposed minus the communications?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so minus the communications coordinator.
And do we need those
So,
specific numbers?
You got it?
Yeah, it's, for the base salary, it's $2,201,018.60. Of course, these are estimates, but that's what we use that for the communications. And the total salary and benefit cost, $3,377,744.68.
I'm sorry, can you give those numbers again, please?
Oh, sure. 2,201,018.60, and then the total $3,377,744.68. And just as a side note too, when we're projecting out the benefit costs, we're making an assumption on the high end that they would choose family coverage, just so we can get that. Because we don't know what people are going to choose, single, family, and this is the family coverage of the highest benefit amount that we have. So that number is a high number, but for purposes of budgeting, that is best practice.
And for purposes of budgeting right now, we can say that some of these positions, for this year at least, and possibly next year, can still be used. We can still use ESSER funds for that as well, right?
Yeah, that's
So,
something as we are.
no, I understood, but what I'm saying is, with the understanding that, of course, if it works out, right, and what Kyle said in the plan and what we're trying to implement, if it works out, then obviously to consider, but at least for this year, we know that out of the 3.3 million, that some of that is gonna be ESSER funds, at least for this year, upcoming year.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that once we have that final budget approved by the state, then it gives us an opportunity to go back and, amend that based on what they've approved and make sure that it aligns with what the requirements of the grant are, so.
Right, and allowing us to also assess within the next year or so the continuance of some of these positions.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So, anybody else, questions or comments? No? Okay, so it is recommended the Board of okay, so we'll make a motion to remove, communications coordinator and then vote on the package without that position. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Stacy Meiers.
Yes.
David Seymour.
Yes.
Samantha McDavid.
Yes.
Sarah Moses.
Yes.
Jeremy Olson.
Yes.
Okay, and so with that being said, it's recommended the Board of Education approve the FTE request for the 2022-23 school year. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Sarah Moses.
No.
Jeremy Olson.
No.
Stacy Meiers.
Yes.
David Seymour.
Yes.
Samantha McDavid.
Yes.
Okay, next is the SRO proposal, Tammy Carson, Deidre Salas. We also have Chief Bird and Bill Nicholas here, the city manager. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
As we brought forth at the last board meeting, we have recommendation in front of the board for the addition of 3 SROs across our district. It would add 1 more at the high school, another at the middle schools, which would allow 1 at each middle school, and then a 3rd at elementaries. They service 6 out of the 8 elementaries, since the other 2 are outside of city limits. So that would provide 2 SROs at the 6 DeKalb elementary schools. If you have any questions specific, we do have some information through a PowerPoint that we can go through, or if you have questions, we can just go through. I'll take it.
There you go. Just trying to help.
So not a very long presentation, but some information. History of SROs in our school, in our schools. Through some research, we discovered that SROs came into CUSD428 in 2007, starting off with 1 SRO. In 2010, we moved to 2 SROs, and then in 2019, 3 SROs. What we're doing now, so SROs are not here just as the thought of serving as police in schools. They're here to support our students in a variety of ways, through education, through safety and security, and being that support, that feeling of being safe, that feeling of being in an environment where there's somebody who's looking out and supporting them. But in addition to that SRO role, what we're doing in the district is designing a new student code of conduct that both the parent and the student will be signing off on. We are in the midst of a security audit that's looking at both our facilities and looking at our security measures as it relates to staff, students, and our community coming in and out of our building. We have some mentor programs. One is NIA Men Mentoring Program. Those are individuals in the community that are coming into our schools and trying to build relationships with students and helping them to see another way of dealing with some of the aggressions and trauma that they're experiencing. Also, Black Ink Mentoring, that is another mentoring group that's part of the DeKalb community. Approval of additional student support staff, we just heard about that. Training of DFSA security assistants. On last week we had a training, and we're looking to build that into the onboarding as well as the return to school training, so that our DFSA union members that are there to provide security are well trained and able to handle different situations. Implementing restorative practices so that students find that there's a different way, students and staff find a different way to address issues. Trauma-informed training, bully policy revision, crisis prevention and intervention, which is also known as CPI training. That's for a variety of staff members in our district. Increased access to alternative education programs at KEC. Alternatives to suspension program, ASP, at the Menta facility at our old Cheeseboro location. partnerships with community mental health organizations, and implementing Tier 1 SEL curriculum pre-K through 12th grade that you heard Kyle Gertis speak about. The role of an SRO, it's really three-pronged. To be a law enforcement officer, to do law-related counseling, and to be a law-related educator. Again, this presentation is available on board docs, and you're welcome to read through that in more detail. Why more SROs? Tammy Carson spoke on that, but our DeKalb High School SRO initiated 418 calls for police services. The reasons for these calls are various. Then moving down, the middle school SRO responded to 301 police intervention requests for the 21-22 school year between Huntley and Clinton Rosette. And again, you can see the different types of calls. SROs have been pulled into more incidents district-wide than they should, but due to the aggressive nature of the offense and or those that have been involved, we are seeking additional support to address the needs of the buildings that they all support. Currently, there's 3 SROs, one for the high school, which is a significant population, one that's shared between Clinton, Rosette, and Huntley, keeping in mind that they have to travel between the two, and then one shared amongst 8 elementary schools, again, having to have that travel time between buildings when a situation arises. The increase of SROs will support their safety, the SRO, as well as the safety of our staff and our students, and more proactive, and allow them to build more proactive relationships in the building and helping our students be good citizens through their education. So we have Bill Nicholas here and Chief Byrd. We're happy to entertain any questions or if there's anything you want to contribute.
If I may just make a few opening remarks,
Sure.
and I'm happy to answer any questions. Hey, I promise to be brief. Bill Nicholas, City Manager, City of DeKalb. I've been here just a few times in the last 3.5 years, both times for development-related IGAs, intergovernmental agreements, and we worked successfully in partnering on those. And I know that I'm reading, I've been sitting looking at the motto all night, and I think we're very definitely in a partnership. We are glued at the hip, whoever's in the positions of authority. So what's before you tonight is a proposed IGA to increase the number of SROs. The SROs we have currently, and 2 are in the back of the room, Allison and Danielle, I think all would agree to do an exceptional job. In addition to those law-centered, as Deidre said, duties, I think mentoring is their strength, and it's their hope that that would be where they focus. But for reasons that Kyle has more generally explained earlier in the meeting tonight, and much more eloquently than I, the number of calls for service have gone up in this school year. And Deidre referenced that slide, which shows the number, but I think it's even more notable to compare us with other districts in our, who are near neighbors to us. Elgin had, in the same period of time since August of 2021 to the present, 539 calls. They have 7 SROs, 4 middle schools and 3 high schools. Naperville had only about 210, Carpentersville 232, then we go down to Huntley 171, Canelan 54, Sycamore 84. So the numbers at least bring us to the table to discuss what we can do in addition to what we are doing. At the city level, and I believe the chief would agree with this, we are not advocating that SROs are the answer to all of the social, emotional issues that may arise and may overflow from time to time. They don't, we do what we can, but we do not make a big difference when it comes to the situations outside of the school 4 walls that may be creating anxiety, frustration, and so forth that students may bring into the schools on any given day. So what is proposed? I think you've all had a chance to look. We're proposing 6, and Tammy has outlined what they, how they would be spread across the various schools. The proposed IGA has a couple of additional things in terms of cost. You are seeing, I believe everybody got this. Hold on. Did you get that exhibit? Okay. That's the billing rate for the SRO services as they would be at the beginning of the next school year. And then in addition to that, I had proposed a fractional part of the cost of the vehicles that are needed for the officers to be effective in the schools. People might ask, well, why have a vehicle? Can't we just drop off the officers? And I think you know that isn't how we can best address emergent situations in the schools. And also a fair amount of the day, if all things are going well, we're working together and we're partnering and we're working with parents and teachers together. We are also meeting with families, and sometimes that's off campus, so to speak. So officers do need vehicles, and also in the event of the unforeseen and the unthinkable, it's very important to have those vehicles which have tools in terms of communication and otherwise that would be very advantageous to all concerned.
Bill?
Yes.
The proposal that you're looking at, that you just showed?
Yeah.
Can you show that really quickly?
Sure. Yes, sir.
And do we have?
That's on the back of
Yeah.
the proposed.
It's in it's the last page of the proposed IGA.
Where is that? Is that attached to is that on the agenda?
It's not on the agenda, but it was sent out prior.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you mind sticking that on there, on the agenda? Can you put that on the agenda real quick so everybody has it? Thank you. And does this have the do you want the full proposal? The car?
That would be all six, that does not include the car.
Okay,
So
the vehicles?
what we're proposing is, well, one more word about background. So what we've done in the past sometimes is assign an older vehicle to the SROs. We're talking about hiring 3 new. So we have a couple of, I guess you would say, vehicles toward the end of their usable life, which have been taken up by we have CSOs, another acronym, sorry, community service officers, and also our social workers. And the last vehicle was assigned as, which we wouldn't want around schools, as the courtesy car at our airport. So that's it. When we hire 3, we're not going to bring in the new recruits. We would bring in more senior officers, 4, 5, 6 years of experience, something like that. And by the way, our practice has been in the past, and we proposed we would continue to do this, where we would collectively interview the people who might be interested in the position and reach a consensus about the best fits. So that's what's in there, and realizing that the officers, even though they may be involved more than 8 hours in a day, but just paring it down, the other 16 hours a day, theoretically the vehicle is available to the DeKalb Police Department. So I've taken 1/3 of the cost and then multiplied 75% times that, because in the summertime, the officers won't be.
And what's the total cost for that?
It comes to 25% of each vehicle is, the state purchase price was about 46, I believe, fully equipped. And when I say state purchase, I don't know if you're familiar with that, but that statewide, that's the lowest we can get for whatever it is.
So
probably
20
about 11,000 or so? Each?
times 3. That's for each
Times
one.
3.
So about 35,000,
Yeah.
okay? Right?
It would be,
Sorry, I don't mean to make you do math.
No,
like,
no,
on the
no,
spot,
no,
I know.
I should be able to do that.
Yeah, but in front of a crowd, it's
Yeah.
always intense.
It's 14 times 3.
It's about 35?
Times 3, it's about 36, 37.
Okay, so add that to.
Yes.
Okay.
Happy to answer any questions.
Sure. Does
Thank
anybody have questions?
I do. Since we've been talking about this for a little while, can somebody tell me what constitutes an SRO call?
Like, I could tell.
So here, I find it interesting.
Mhm.
So I'm looking at a pretty significant number.
Sure.
Calls to the high school. We have somebody in there, and when I see the number 418, what does that mean?
Well, it can be a lot of various types of calls. So, I mean, fights in progress, of course, anybody with, even a call of a illegal weapon may or may not be real. Of course, narcotics calls, bullying. I mean, there are a lot of different scenarios where we would be called to assist or actually handle a situation. So most of these calls that we have been responding to as of late have been serious calls that we see on the streets every day. And I guess I just need to explain that as a SRO, you should not be I mean, they spend more time writing reports than the guys on the street. And that is totally against what their requirement and the criteria of their job is. They are supposed to be life coaches and mentors. That's what they're doing in Naperville. They're not being the police in those school districts. They're not doing this. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing, which is helping children, being mentors. I've talked to the SROs on a number of occasions, and they have all these different ideas that they can't implement because they're too busy actually being the police in the school district, which shouldn't be happening. So, and I guess I want to champion the three that I do have and just tell you that their heart is in this I cannot tell you how much they love this job. And the reason how we got here is because I had an officer come in my office and they look beaten down. I'll just be honest with you. They look beaten down like I had never seen. You know, most of the time they come in, they smiling, and not today. So, and we had an officer involved in a fight, and he was the only one engaging, 6, 7 young ladies fighting. And I think people don't understand the amount of force that it requires for one person to mitigate that fight. And what we don't want is, and he was using probably half of his strength to try to deal with this. Because if we have so many different collateral damage that could occur from that. We don't want him throwing young ladies across the room. We don't want, the whole time his gun's exposed, his taser's exposed. Everything that could have changed. It could have been something. It could have been, pretty traumatic across the board. So when I saw that video, when he came in the way as downtrodden as he was at that time, it spoke to me. And I will be honest with you, I'm here to champion for the children in this community. I'm here to champion for everybody in this room, everyone who lives in this community to CAP. That is my job as police chief. But specifically, I have to champion for those three. I have to make sure that they are safe. They have children that they want to go home to. There have been some recent deaths with some SROs. I don't know if people are aware. We had a death in Detroit of an SRO not too long ago. So I know people say, well, it's just a school. Well, a lot of things happen at school. I mean, we don't have to remind you about Columbine and some other places where we've had some active shooter situations. So a lot of things can go wrong. However, I guess I just wanted to make sure that, and I heard in the past, well, this is a Band-Aid. And I would agree to some of that. But we use the Band-Aid every day on the streets. We have a lot of plans in place to stop crime, a lot of plans in place, but we have to do it parallel. I mean, this stuff has to go on at the same time. We have plans that have been in place for years to stop crime, in the city limits, in urban areas, across the board, but we can't give up the fight on the front line. It's, that plan isn't moving fast enough. And I say the same thing here. So yes, are we putting a Band-Aid on it? Yes, we are, but it's necessary because we have to hold the line until, as you spoke of, when we get the social workers in place so they can help heal the families. I mean, we have families that are traumatized. Okay, I can tell you right now, overnight, when I get up in the morning, I read all my significant incidents that I come through overnight. And I will tell you, it's domestic trouble, domestic trouble, domestic trouble. I see it almost 6 or 7 times a night. So that means that this whole situation that you're gonna see in the schools started last night at about 11:30 at night, where everybody else is asleep. So you have this domestic that's going on where the children are asleep, they're being awakened about all this. Now the police are at their door. So now they're dealing with the police being at their door. So all of a sudden, we gotta get them up at 7 o'clock in the morning and go to school, and then here we go. So I just think we have to think about where it starts. We have to heal the family, and I know we're talking about that. We're talking about healing our children, but it's in totality. Everything we have to heal that family, to heal that child, to reduce the fights. Because I promise you that there's not one child that would get up and just want to get into a fight. I just don't see it. There has to be a reason for the outburst. There's a reason for it. And when I tell you, I can read it and see it at night when I look at that domestic that just occurred. My first thought is, how's that going to trickle down to the kids and into the schools, at 2 p.m., 3 p.m. And then I think if we go back and look back and retract our steps and say, how did this occur in the first place? What made this young lady so mad that she wanted to attack this other girl? What made it that way? And then I think if you go back, you'll see that that family's not healed. They're dealing with trauma that's probably been going on for years. And so to I agree that is the root problem. It is exactly what it is. We actually need to heal that family, but while we're in the process of doing that, we have to put a Band-Aid to keep the fights from happening, to try to mitigate all the fights, try to mitigate the bullying, all this stuff, and we have to get out in front of it a little bit. So I guess I just at the end of the day, my job, like I said, and I'm going to say it again, I'm here to protect every resident in the city of DeKalb. And that's everybody who steps foot in here, whether you live here or not. And those children in that school are paramount. That's exactly what SROs do every day. They care about these children. All they care about is to help them and get them through the day without having, these traumatic situations occur. But we're gonna need some help. And I will tell you, I'm not gonna allow, one way or the other, I'm not gonna allow that SRO in that high school to get in that situation again. Not gonna happen. Well, I'll figure it out. If it doesn't happen on this side, I'll figure it out on my side. Because at the end of the day, I can't let that happen to him. It's just, he has a family to go home to. These 2 young ladies in back have children, young children. I'm not gonna allow it to happen.
Can I jump in?
So I'll figure it out one way or the other.
Can I jump
Okay.
in? It connects with what you just said, last comment from the city people.
I'm sorry, I am
No,
long-winded.
stay
I am
here.
long-winded.
Stay here, stay here. So, another ingredient here, and I just touched on it, I didn't really emphasize it, I think it's very important you just touched on it. Our partnership is going to be based on the effectiveness of that code of conduct that you're working on, you're enhancing, you're refining, and I think everybody has to sign off on it. Parents, teachers, students, administrators, everybody who is going to be working with our SROs and vice versa. So otherwise, as a team, we can't make it happen, and we can't make things better, and that's what we want to do. And I know you'll probably want to update that from time to time. That's within your purview, not ours, but we're very interested in seeing that is in place before the school starts, because we're not interested in putting the SROs in the schools, frankly, if we don't have the other half of the ingredient, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, questions?
According to the draft IGA, the budget at the end of it, I think, so that $5,888,695, that's a proposed or projected budget for 6 SROs, right? So, right?
Correct.
Okay,
You're at the IGA?
yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Plus the vehicle costs as we talked about.
Right,
So-
that would be another like 42,000.
It's like, my total on that with the vehicle was $624,695.
Yeah, about that. But that's including the 3 we already have.
Yeah.
The 3 SROs we already have. It's not a new cost.
So the new cost,
The 588 is the additional cost for the additional 3.
No.
It's 6.
Six.
It's all 6.
so what's the additional?
So I think right now you're at 360 something, I don't remember exactly.
Cindy's got it.
Yeah, it was
Actually closer to about 430,000,
Right.
because you have experienced SROs now, so I'm thinking
Okay.
that it would be this, if you're bringing in the 3, it would be that 98,000
Right.
times 3.
So, and this is based, as I said in the back, and at the top of this, this is assuming a 5th year right off of the union
Give or take.
pay scale.
So about 430, and then in addition to the 36,000 for vehicles, right?
Correct.
Plus
Right.
the 98 times 3. Hold on a second.
Okay.
The 430 is for the 3 additional, and then the additional
Well-
vehicles that we said of the fee that he was.
The 430 was Cindy's original projection based on what we have now. Based on
Correct.
what Bill is proposing, it would be the 98 times 3 plus the 42,000 for the vehicles.
Right.
Which will put us at, for just the 98,116 times 3 will be 294,348.
So
Plus
I
the
don't
vehicles.
mean to put you in an awkward position here without knowing the specific dollars, but if the agreement actually says, so it'll be based on the officers that we agree are going to be the fit for the year. So I've just made the assumption, all of them are 5th year. Now, one might be, and I said this in my, the note that I sent to Mr. Irvin, that we could have a 4th year and we could have 2 6 years. So it might be a little bit different than that, but that's the way to calculate it.
So it's likely to be between what you're proposing and what Tammy has come up with previously.
Right.
For
Ours
both.
is based
is
on
all
our
value.
current contract.
Right.
Yes.
And
Okay.
current amounts that we're paying for our current 3
Based on their
SROs. If we
experience.
doubled that, we would be at that 430. But as Bill has explained, depending on if there's lesser experience levels, it could come in lower than that.
And then, but then, so we're agreeing on the approximate amount will be 430,000, in addition to the approximate $36,000 for vehicles.
If we had 3 SROs with similar experience to our current
Right,
SROs
right.
experience.
So that's our projected estimate. Okay.
So as
we've
we
got-
see,
So like 466, okay. Sorry, Daisy.
no, you're fine. So as we are rolling out a lot of the things and working cohesively, right, and coalition with a lot of the initiatives, if we find that there's a need for us to reduce SROs in the future, is that gonna be a possibility, or how much,
It
or
is a
how long are we
possibility,
committing
right.
to?
So actually, this couldn't happen at a worse time for us. So we are authorized to have 65 officers in this fiscal year. Our fiscal year runs with the calendar year. We're at 60 now because we've had turnover, we've had retirements and so forth. And to hire an officer, it's really about a 9-month process to get that person fully qualified through the academy, field training, and able to, work alone if need be. So, and we have to go through a separate state mandated hiring process. So it's going to take a little while for us to replenish, but we will be ready with 3 for you when school starts, which is going to be faster than we can probably replace them. We're in the process of hiring now. Right now, we have a statewide surfeit of candidates trying to get into academies, and so we're behind the 8 ball there as well. So.
Yeah, the only way we could expedite it, sometimes they're lateral, positions that open up, well, we don't have to send them to the academy, but we have to, of course, we have to vet those personnel because we have to make sure that they're a good fit for the city of DeKalb and specifically for the DeKalb Police Department.
So we can do that. And if a year from now proceeds, you say, well, I think we could do it with 5, or I think we could do it with 4, or things are really working well.
Don't worry, I'll find somewhere for them.
Don't worry.
You know, I just want to say I appreciate the connection and obviously I want to make sure that our students and our SROs are safe, right? I'm going to be honest with you. I do get concerned sometimes in regards to, the education to prison pipeline is real. Deportation to prison, education to deportation to prison pipeline is real, right? So of course those are things of concern. So I do want to say thank you for the clarification and the presentation that was presented today. I want to make sure that we are making sure that of course our families, our students feel supported, our staff feel supported, right? And that our SROs feel supported. And with that in mind, I feel more comfortable today than I did in the last couple of weeks. Not that I didn't understand the importance and that I didn't understand, safety concerns. But, again, as an educator and somebody that thinks about those things and that ran, ideally, I ran on the, hey, we shouldn't be policing our children. To me, it is important that we address root cause with the support that we are talking about, that we just, the positions, hopefully being proactive rather than reactive, without having to criminalize our children, because to me that is fundamental to the work that I do and what I, want to make sure that we advocate for. Without taking responsibility as a district, because it is an institutional commitment that we're making, which ultimately means working, hand in hand with the police department. So, thank you for that additional information.
We're going to be a good partner for the school district. I've been here almost a year. I'm a proponent of that. I believe in that. I think at the end of the day, I want them to do exactly what they're supposed to be doing, is life coaching and being mentors. I don't want them to police at all. I would prefer to hear.
And that is what I stood up to say, final word, and that is, so we have, in the 3 SROs we have now, people who are certainly technically trained as police officers. They understand the law and how to do the enforcement side of that. But we're really qualified then for their positions are some things you can't get out of a book or in an academy. It's compassion, it's empathy, it's a sensitivity to the needs of the people that they're serving. And we would hope that the next 3, we trust, we know that the next 3, with your cooperation and with your support in going through the application process and so forth, will be just the same. And all 3 of them, they're always the first ones to apply, like in the summer months when they're not here, for that bike patrol in the parks, or to walk the beat, or whatever. They are just genuine human beings, and so I don't worry about that path that you're talking.
No, and like I said, I appreciate it. I work at NIU, and I see how community policing actually happens, right? I see what our students, and I'm a fan of that, right? Of people or police officers being in the community and being engaging in different ways that allows for that mentorship to happen. I am a product of CPS, so I also understand how policing on another level in school systems actually, functions when you over-police and criminalize children. So I just want to say thank you for clarifying and again to Dietrich for providing that additional support today, because that, again, kind of brought it full circle for me, knowing that it's not just about putting police officers in our schools and making sure that we have that in place, but that we are working in
collaboration and coalition with all the other things. So it's this and that, right? So thank you for that. I am also CPS, so I know what that is. And I went to school in Inglewood, and I still remember my school resource officer, one Chicago police officer, and we loved the guy, and he loved us, and I can still remember my relationship with him, and I believe we have the same relationship here with the 3 that we have, and we try to keep them in that posture throughout the summer, so kids don't see, a conflicted or side of things, even though majority, there are times when they're going to have to do their job. I think everyone understands that, but we try to keep them in that role throughout the summer so they don't feel conflicted. And believe me, I encourage everyone in the police department to be a part of, any type of school function, outing. I try to get, everyone to be a part of it. And I will tell you, we have about 60 officers there now, and in my heart, I know that the majority of those officers want to be a part of everything that's going on here at the school district. And I will guarantee you that we have 3 officers in the building that can fit the mold of the 3 that we already have. And of course, they'll be mentored by them as well. So.
And not to out one of the SROs, but one of them is a licensed teacher.
Absolutely.
So,
there you go.
A real connection
So,
to
I
education.
But again, I appreciate that, and,
Can you ask questions now?
Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
Okay, what are we contractually obligated to in this agreement? From a term perspective and the numbers?
3?
3 years, 3 years with a 90-day out, if either party chooses.
And the 90-day out is unconditional?
Yes.
Okay, and we had met as a group, I guess, and I think the very first thing that, Minerva, you and I, and the gentleman here this evening talked about was, we can't police our way out of this problem, and I know that we were focusing on a number of different interventions here, and clearly, with the additional 8 counselors, we've got the back end piece of that covered. But I did throw out an idea, and I'm just wondering, Minerva, how much research has been put into a private security option? I've been touching base on my own, because I haven't heard anything from anybody else yet, and I was not at the end of the last meeting. But there are districts having some pretty significant success utilizing that type of system for increasing or decreasing their needs. So I just didn't know if has any done that yet. I'm curious.
I'm gonna have Deetra address this initially.
So currently we have in our DFSA collective bargaining unit security assistants. They serve a role of doing that in our high schools and our middle schools, where we do have our SROs as well. So that would be a matter of having to negotiate with them, and that's not a conversation that we've had with them about that.
So the answer is no.
The answer is no.
Okay, because there are districts, Deetra, that you mentioned working for some, and you didn't have a negative or positive result. You said it worked differently in places, but I'm sort of doing my own thing here, and it does seem like some districts are actually having pretty good success with it. In fact, I was at Central DuPage Hospital last week, and happened to come across they third-party their security at the hospital, and talked to a couple gentlemen there, and it seemed like a pretty good outfit. Given the fact that it is a pretty big commitment and it's a very financial commitment, I guess I'm a little bit wondering, two phases here, right? I think we all agree that our safety assistants, security assistants, are not getting involved in altercations. And that I think, as we discussed, the need was to have people who can intervene, who are trained in restraint, right, and be able to offer that assistance to our SRO. And the real need for a police officer to be like an arrest situation, which are more rare. But, in those cases, these people are vetted by these companies. We can increase and decrease just the same, but it may be a little bit more cost competitive. And one of the things we had talked about is maybe looking into that, maybe looking into one more SRO at the high school as opposed to 3. And I felt like this was a work in progress, and now I feel like sort of we're just going right at 3 police officers. And I do think there are a number of drawbacks to that. I guess I felt like maybe we weren't all the way there yet. And again, I think there's a lot more research that can be done and discussions that can happen. I think this was information only, and I apologize, I don't have the agenda in front of me.
It is.
Yes.
So Jeremy, if I can jump in here real quick. SROs are trained very specifically to work with the student body. So they're not intentionally just police officers that wear a different name tag as they walk into the door. There's a lot of work, a lot of professional development that happens.
I just listened to about a half an hour of that. I understand what an SRO is, and I've talked to several. my point is simply that the need isn't for us to necessarily, and by the way, you're assuming that these other folks wouldn't be trained, which I'm being told they're actually very well trained as well. Maybe not police officer trained in the laws of every single thing, but definitely trained in terms of interacting with high school students, and certain companies specialize in it. But we haven't even researched it yet. And so I guess what I'm saying is, if we're going to spend, again, another $600,000 of taxpayer money, I think it deserves the diligence. And I've asked for it already, and it's not happening. So, again, as a member of this board, it's my responsibility to look out for the fiduciary, parts of this as well. And if we can get away with one more SRO at the high school and maybe a couple security officers, maybe shift some of our assistants over to the elementary schools where maybe a safety officer or a safety assistant's a lot more functional there because the kids are just genuinely smaller, then that's an option, right? I feel like there are so many different ways that we can slice and dice this, and just jumping to doubling the number of police in our schools and acquiring, pieces of police cars and all this other stuff. I mean, I just feel like we owe it to our taxpayers to do our diligence, and I think there's some diligence still laying out there. And I love everything I've heard tonight. Again, I'm in support of making our schools safer. I think you all know that. I think we've had those conversations real time. But again, I'm also about doing the homework and doing the diligence. And I don't think we're there yet. And so what my request would be, coming out of this information, and thank you all for all the commentary, would be that we actually do that. And that when we come back to vote on this, make it an information action if you want. But let's talk about that research, what we found out, and see if it's viable. And if it offers us any other alternatives to consider as a board. So that would be my request coming out of this.
Will do.
Does Sarah or anybody else have a comment on that?
What were you saying, Minerva?
I'm just saying that it would come out from the safety audit,
Yep,
so we just want to make sure that kind of research and information will also come from them.
Safety
Well,
audit,
that's
and then
the
we'll
other thing
also
too,
talk
is
with
we're-
DFSA.
Yep.
Aren't we paying for a safety audit, and we're going to jump and make a commitment before they even get any kind of results from that? That was the other thing, actually. I'm glad you brought that up, that I was clear about.
I do think the timeline affects that, the timeline for hiring officers affects that, and I'm not opposed to researching more about a third-party security firm, but I do think that there's a huge benefit to having people that are invested in our community, that are already a part of our community, that have a vested interest in seeing our community prosper, more than just as a contract or a paycheck. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily what happens. I'm just saying we know that our SROs do that.
No, I don't disagree with you on that, Sarah. Actually, I agree with you.
That was Sam.
My point isn't that. It's
That was
actually.
Samantha.
Oh, who did I say? I'm sorry.
That's okay. You probably meant Samantha.
Oh, okay. I meant Sam. I knew it
All right.
was. I'm sorry. But I guess what I was trying to say was, we don't know, once we go through this safety audit, and once we add all of these social emotional counselors, and once we implement our plan, we really don't have a way of knowing, what it's going to look like at the end of this. And we have the ability, and one of the things that I just in talking to some of the SROs that I personally know, was that the biggest struggle is things like you just pointed out. I think it was Bill or Chief Bird. When you got 11 girls pushing a cop around, right? And he's trying not to hurt anyone at the same time to try to break something up, and then he's at risk. So I get all that. They can provide some of that relief, but then we don't necessarily need to keep them full time if our interventions and all of our restorative practices and our social emotional health pays off. So I guess I feel like we're jumping, and I could even get behind getting one more goon right now. If we had the ability to tack on two more, if all of our other options fall off and the safety audit comes back desperately needed, I mean, I would feel much better about us committing next week or in 2 weeks, whatever it is, to maybe one officer to start. And then if the audit comes back and the information comes back on all of our research, and it basically screams at us, you know what, you really need two more, then fine, right? We've got the numbers, we know what it costs, we can move forward. and what it's going to cost us, what, 2 weeks or maybe a month on the back end. So it's not that big of a cost to pay, you know, for doing our homework and just making sure we're making the right decisions for our community and for, you know, for our taxpayers. That's kind of where my head is.
Okay, so you would like to have us push this back for a little bit till we get the safety audit back? Is that what you're saying?
Well, again, if it's coming back, yeah, I mean, it would be great to do that. When is it supposed to be finished? Maybe I should ask that
The
first.
safety audit, that's,
We should have the recommendations from the firm sometime in the middle of May. There will be obviously some review that will need to be done, you know, and so I'm not exactly sure the date that it'll be coming back in front of the board, if it'll be the second meeting in May or we will be in June.
Okay, so it puts us back a month on making the full decision, you know, and like I said, if we desperately want to at least get somebody going, if they have to put someone through the academy, and we really want to have somebody here by the start of the year to help out in the high school, then bring back one for, you know, information action, and maybe we can discuss some of the homework we're doing, any of the research that we can get done, and then maybe add an officer at the high school, and then put the other stuff off until we get that safety update. I'm okay. I'm just spitballing and throwing things out to you guys to do this in a more strategic and thought out process that is fiduciarily responsible.
If I may.
And frankly, making decisions with more information.
sure. Tammy's gonna respond, go ahead.
If I may, I've spent the last week and a half with the safety auditors, and I strongly feel that we're gonna see the recommendation coming from them for these additional SROs. I may be able to, they may not have the entire report done by the next meeting in 2 weeks, because their audits are complete and they are working on it. I may be able to have them be able to make a statement in regards to their recommendation relating specifically to the SROs, that I could have for the next meeting. I can check with them and see if that's an option.
Now, when they do that, do they look at, if some information on, I assume they do this for a lot of districts, if they could get us some information that they have on like security services, things like that too, any sort of data they could give us would be great to review. I'm really open to seeing what's out there in terms of ideas.
I'll see what we can find out.
So does it make sense that we would bring this back as is and then amend it if we need to?
I mean, I guess if we're gonna do, so you would wanna bring this back for a vote next time?
With potentially some information provided by our auditors, by our safety firm that's auditing us.
And then
If
also,
we-
what about like researching security firm or?
I'll do my best. I don't know how fast I can get information or get enough detail. They may wanna know numbers, but I do have to meet with DFSA, because we don't want to.
I couldn't hear that, sir.
Jeremy,
Sorry.
Jeremy can't hear you. Well, we may have potential union issues. We wouldn't wanna, but go ahead.
Well, I think those, I mean, honestly though, this is about security, right? I mean, this is about safety. If we've got to have those conversations, then we have to have them. And I've watched us do it with our faculty. So I don't know why we couldn't do it with our other unions. And I mean, that's what we're proposing right now. So I think that this is about getting the right solution in place with all the information. And then once we figure out what that is, hopefully through this safety audit recommendations and some of the research that we're going to do, that we can make an informed decision and see who it affects and how it affects them, and then sit down and have conversations. I mean, that's the process, right?
Right. So, he didn't hear everything you said, Chuck. Or about getting.
I don't remember what I said.
I was asking about, would you be able to get information from security firms or?
I'll do my best with finding out information from security firms. They may want more hard, fast data like the number of and other information that came from the security audit or information about the buildings. I will do what I can.
We probably need to be careful also not to represent it as we're like seeking a bid or a proposal.
Well, and that's something I was going to mention, and, you know, could this be something we could consider down the road? Of course, we can consider anything and look into any options. we are dealing with union matters, but also when you're going into something like this, it does require a significant amount of time put into gathering information, vetting companies, and to say that we could potentially have this even close to being in place by the fall is probably a stretch, a very hard stretch, where I would think my recommendation would be allow us to come forth with the safety auditor's recommendations, if we can get that forth in before the next meeting. Our recommendations will be from us to still come forth with the 3. Obviously, adjustments can be made to the vote at your discretion. And then if whatever is voted and approved potentially at the next meeting, we have a 90-day out, as Bill explained. So if we go into this next year with however many may be approved of SROs, we could take the next year to potentially explore other options as we look forward into the following school year.
And as far as a security firm, we have to make sure that we identify those that are trained to work in a school.
Right.
Because bouncing at a nightclub,
No,
bouncing at
no,
other places
no.
and things of that
That's-
nature are very different.
I think
So we
it's
have to make sure we
Okay,
identify.
I think we're talking about very different things. There are professional services, well-trained people that they have staff to do exactly what we're talking about. Just like they roam around the hospitals and do safety at all the Northwestern facilities. They third party all their security. And that is a customer-facing base that is very interested in customer satisfaction and in keeping people happy. So I'm certain, because I've already spoken to people who have told me that there are companies that specialize in this. So that's why I'm wondering if, I don't understand why we wouldn't. I almost feel like there's a reticence to do this. And I think if you make a couple of phone calls, you can find out probably more than you think. And I don't believe that it would require going to a bid process. So I would think that we could all just Google and find companies that do it. But I would think the guys doing our safety audit would probably know some companies that are doing it. Because Deidre, you live locally, and you've already worked for districts locally that do employ these types of services. So I know they're there. I just want to understand their service level, what they cost, and I'd like some references. Like maybe we call a couple of these schools up and say, how's it going? Do you like it? Obviously you're using it. What's good? What's bad? These are the types of things that you do when you research a topic in detail that I would like to see us do. It's our responsibility to do that.
Duly noted.
Okay, so then what's your recommendation, Jeremy? That we go ahead and do that and then not vote next time?
Like I said, I don't understand why we would jump to a vote to get the police committed. Because the minute we say yes, they're committed to getting 3 people going.
Yep.
And then if a better alternative or a more aggressive alternative financially that still works in terms of what we're trying to accomplish in our schools presents itself, we're kind of tied to another solution already. I think this is part before the horse. I think worst case scenario, if this takes us 4 weeks to do, we weren't going to approve this for 2 weeks anyway, so it really only sets us back for 2 weeks. That isn't going to make a hill of beans difference to our schools. So let's just get it right the first time. Measure once, cut twice. Wait, what? Measure twice, cut once.
Does it make a difference?
Well, if I could just say that we are at the whim of academy dates. So I guess everyone thinks that we can just say, hey, we got these guys, we want to put them in the academy. It doesn't work that way. We have to go within the calendar of the academy dates that are available to not just our police department, throughout the state. So they're just not, we just can't call academy, for the DeKalb Police Department. It doesn't work that way. So there's some dates in May, there's some dates in August. And that's pretty much all I have right now that I know of. So we just have to consider, when we can actually get officers in the academy. So.
What are your dates in May?
It's at the end of May, so I don't have the exact date.
Okay.
How much advance notice do you need to make sure you have officers in the academy?
Well, it would. They have to tell me they have space for me. They would have to let me know that.
Just so you know, we're pushing anyway for the reasons that I mentioned. We're short. So we're going to continue to get in as fast as we can, and we're going to get more officers to fill anyway. What I'm concerned about, and Jeremy's right in terms of school finances, in terms of city finances. And this, by the way, city council hasn't weighed in on this, hasn't even seen it yet as a body. So there'll be some of that to have the opportunity also to wade through it. And they'll want to see the code of conduct, so I don't know where that is. But that's the piece for us that's most important, because just as you were saying earlier, just putting the officers in school without knowing that there's this weight of collaboration and cooperation that's going to carry all this towards some successful end. It's not going to fly with the
Bill, thanks for bringing that up, by the way. When do we expect to see the code of conduct, at least the rough draft, Minerva?
Minerva's in the bathroom.
Kyle
Or,
can speak to it.
sorry, disposed.
Kyle can speak to it.
Or, well, who's in charge of it? Is it Minerva or someone else?
I can speak to it, Jeremy. This is Kyle.
So we're in the process right now of kind of finalizing the draft form, and then what our next step would be to get it out to various stakeholders for review and input. So that would be community stakeholders, expanded audience of our staff, parents, and a student group. Then after that phase, what we'd like to do is bring something forward to the board for input and then ultimately adoption. So I don't have a specific date in mind to come to the board yet, but what we would anticipate is probably sometime in June. To be able to kind of make sure that the stakeholder input is, we don't want to shortchange that part of it, and then we want to be able to revise based on that as well.
Maybe it will help to know that from the city standpoint, we're willing to be flexible as we go along here. We'll feel our way. What was before you in the draft tonight was 3. If it's less than that, we can deal with it. We all, at the staff level anyway, think at this point that may be the right number. But if we can't get the officers, whatever, we'll work with you. And I think the issues didn't start in the last couple of weeks. They're not going to be fixed in the next couple of weeks. I think we work together collaboratively to have a good plan and then really go to work together.
Agreed. Well said, Bill.
Okay, so with that said, where are we at?
So we're bringing back and seeking information to get the audit information, right? And then also security.
Privacy. So we'll bring this back for information, is that what we're saying?
Yes.
Do you want it with
I think it makes sense.
You're saying information only at the next meeting, can it be considered informational approval potentially, or no?
Jeremy, did you hear that?
If we are able to bring that information that you're asking.
Well, I don't think we're gonna have all the information by then.
I would be
I'd
fine
interested
with that.
I don't see the need as long as we have this done by mid-May, and it sounds like according to Bill, which was great, they're putting guys in the pipeline, or I shouldn't say guys, but officers in the pipeline, for it anyway, because they obviously are backfilling as well. So, I would say, in 2 weeks, let's informationally and see. I mean, we may find out this third party thing is a total waste of time, and make a decision to move forward, at the next meeting. But I think either way,
Well, we always have that option.
we always have that option. So that's what I'm saying. There's no need to rush this to a vote when we still have so much data to collect, and I think it'll be worth hearing. And then we can at least feel good looking our tax base in the eye and saying, look, this is important. We did a massive amount of diligence. We've looked at every alternative, and this is still what we believe is the right thing to do. And whether that becomes, one more at the high school and then we wait it out, or that becomes 3 altogether, or it becomes a combination of a security company and an additional SR, I don't know. But let's at least give it the opportunity to bat it around and see what our options are. So I think, and then, it sounds like we may get some feedback from the folks at the security audit by then. So we might have some good things to discuss, and then, we can discuss it and figure out what we want to do.
Okay. So is everyone okay with bringing it back for information based on what we get back from the security audit, based on what we get back from researching private security firms, and then also considering additional SROs.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
To Bill and Chief Bird? To move forward with the council and bring this to them, what do you need on our end?
Good question.
So, for example, if we bring this back as solely informational, or if we bring it back as, and I don't actually hear much of a difference between the two, because we could always act on it. So I'm not, if we brought it back as informational with possible action, does one benefit your position with the council over the other?
I don't think so. I think they'll be interested to know what you feel comfortable with, and we'll have to consider, the council will have to consider what they're comfortable with. And I don't think we're that far off. The mayor's been involved, as you know, up to this point, and some other aldermen have been keen on learning whatever is available to them. And so I think there'll be a discussion at probably the first meeting in May, which will be the second Monday in May.
Okay. Which will be after our next meeting.
Yeah. So we'll see where that's gone, and then we can move pretty, together, side by side, moving forward.
But sir, I think we probably will need to see the draft, right?
Yeah.
Code of conduct, they might want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A draft if it's available.
Whatever you.
Is that a possibility?
Go ahead.
By May.
We'll prioritize
Whatever's available.
It could just be, a draft, I think they would just wanna have an idea of which way it was going.
Excellent. So then let's go ahead and have consensus to bring this back as information at the next meeting. Consensus?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Thank you, Bill,
Thank you for having us.
for joining us, and thank you, Chief Bird, for your passion for our community. It was very evident. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, thanks, gentlemen.
All right, Jeremy, talk to you. Good night.
Good night.
Thanks.
Okay, next up is first student pupil transportation contract. This is an action item. It is recommended the Board of Education approve the 2-year contract extension with first student for the 22-23 school year. As presented, is there, and 23-24 school year as presented. Is there a motion?
May I ask one question?
Oh, sure.
Cindy? So we know that there's a significant increase in the cost, and I don't think there's a way around that. Is there any sign that we would be reimbursed more for transportation? Is it
There is
based on our
actually.
cost? Okay.
Yeah, actually, the new budget, they have increased the allocation, what they call is for MCATs or mandated categoricals, which part of that is transportation reimbursement. Just don't know what that looks like yet.
Okay.
But for the last school year, what we're receiving now is about a 72.5% reimbursement. So in a perfect world, it would be 80%. I mean, that's really.
And it would
the
cover kind of our increase that we're gonna,
Yes.
our part of our
Part of the
increase.
increase,
Okay.
yes. And then remember as well, we're getting that reimbursement from first student for the federal money that they receive, that we're getting back as well. So that helps to mitigate it.
Yep.
And I did some research with other districts and what they're paying as well, similar districts, that we pay for the fuel. And actually, the route costs that we're coming up with are very comparable to where they're at now.
Okay.
So it's not like we're out of the ballpark, I mean, it is a big increase, but it will hopefully get us some additional drivers, incentivize with the additional pay, and because again, we're still having some issues with just getting drivers. I mean, we were having issues before COVID, and it's even magnified now, so.
Good to know. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have questions? Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Jeremy Olson,
Yes.
Casey Mears,
Yes.
David Seymour,
Yes.
Samantha McDavid,
Yes.
Sarah Moses.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, first student.
Yes.
Chance, you want to go home? Okay. Have a good
Thank
night.
you.
Thank you for being here.
Have a good night,
You too.
Chance.
You too.
Good to see you.
Okay, next up is differential committee meeting minutes. This is information and action. And it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the differential, the minutes from the differential committee meeting held on March 9th, 2022, including the committee's recommendation for new differential requests totaling $310,529.32. Questions? Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Stacy Ramirez,
Yes.
David Seymour,
Yes.
Samantha McDavid,
Yes.
Sarah Moses,
Yes.
Jeremy Olson,
Yes.
Next up is Golden Apple Foundation Recruitment Pipeline Proposal. This is an action item. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the Golden Apple Foundation Recruitment Pipeline Proposal. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
David Seymour,
Yes.
Samantha McDavid,
Yes.
Sarah Moses,
Yes.
Jeremy Olson,
Yes.
Stacy Ramirez.
Yes.
Next up is action item Frontline Software Upgrade for Onboarding, Frontline Central. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the Frontline Software Upgrade for Onboarding. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Samantha McDavid,
Yes.
Sarah Moses,
Yes.
Jeremy Olson,
Yes.
Stacy Ramirez,
Yes.
David Seymour.
Yes.
Next up is DHS, Advanced Placement, AP Comparative Government and Politics. It is recommended the Board of Education approve the new DHS AP Comparative Government and Politics course materials for $4,643.20. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Samantha McDavid,
Yes.
Sarah Moses,
Yes.
Jeremy Olson,
Yes.
Stacy Ramirez,
Yes.
David Seymour.
Yes.
Next item is DHS student travel to Spain, June 14th through the 24th, 2023. Dates are approximate. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the travel of up to 20 DeKalb High School students and their teacher chaperones from Spain from June 14th through the 24th, 2023. The dates are approximate. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Sarah Moses,
Yes?
Jeremy Olson,
Yes.
Stacy Ramirez,
Yes.
David Seymour,
Yes.
Samantha McDavid,
Yes.
Next, hosting 10 to 20 students from Spain at DHS in October 2022. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the visit of 10 to 20 students from Villena.
Villena.
How you say it?
Villena.
Vienna, Alicante, Spain, for the period of 9 to 10 days at the beginning of October 2022. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Jeremy Olson,
Yes.
Stacy Ramirez,
Yes.
David Seymour,
Yes.
Samantha McDavid,
Yes.
Sarah Moses,
Yes. Next up is vision, mission, core values, and commitments. This is Daisy and I, and we can go ahead and read through the, oh, we got it. You have them printed in front of you. So this is the mission, District 428 mission, vision, mission, core values, and commitments. This is the near final draft, we'll talk about it tonight, but of a body of work between the district and the community. We had all different stakeholders that came to be a part of a night where we got together to find out what our community values. We invited students, staff, all different people from the community came to participate, so it was well attended. And then we took this work and we kind of put it all together and came up with a distilled version of what was shared with us and what the board values. And so we've got, the blue is, I guess the yellow is like the most recent version, so the blue was a draft, the yellow is the most recent draft. And we can read through all of these and kind of choose which we prefer, and then if there's anything else that we want to add. We've never really read it out loud, so I'm going to go ahead and do that tonight. So the original vision was, our vision is to foster connections that allow students, staff, and families to feel safe, validated, supported, and celebrated. Creating a strong sense of belonging with our district ensures that each student has what they need to achieve their aspirations. And then a distilled kind of version of that vision statement is a climate of belonging and opportunity, supporting and inspiring every student to achieve their potential. So is there feedback on either of those, preference, or do you like the distilled version? Or
So help me out, is this supposed to be added, the yellow's supposed to be added to the blue, or
No.
is yellow supposed to replace the blue?
replace the blue?
Okay.
But it doesn't have to. But typically, like, a vision statement is a short statement that's, and I don't know if I'm explaining, I don't want to patronize you if you already know what it is.
No, I'm following you.
Yeah, so it's a short statement that is essentially like your vision. It's what you aspire for your school to be, and you state it as a fact that it is.
I wonder if a climate of belonging would make more sense in a value and commitment, if it was even simpler, like to positively impact the lives of students, supporting each student to achieve their full potential.
So say that again. The first part, like
So like our
supporting
vision
and
is to
inspiring.
positively impact the lives of students, supporting each student to achieve their full potential.
Okay.
So our vision is to foster.
Kind of broader, maybe, I don't
Yeah.
know.
No, that's fine. But you say it again. Positively, just the first part.
Impact the
Impact.
lives of students, supporting each student. I think the belonging part is important. I just wonder if that's more
Sure, no, I
about
agree.
our.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
So our vision is to positively impact the lives of students, supporting and inspiring every student to achieve their potential. I like that.
One more time, I apologize. Our
I
vision.
wrote it here. So you can
Okay.
see. Oh, our vision,
Is to.
and I don't know if we have to say our vision. We could probably just say.
Right, to to positively
positively
impact.
impact the lives of students. And then
And it could be, yeah, supporting and inspiring
and then just cross
each
off this first
student.
part in front of the, say again, Sam?
Supporting, well, I was kind of taking notes when I was reading this earlier in the meeting. Supporting each student, but I could be supporting and inspiring if that's, I mean, visions are supposed to be kind of inspirational
Yeah.
in nature.
Yeah, I guess I feel kind of strongly about supporting and inspiring.
I think that's fine.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'm good with that.
We like that? Jeremy, do you like that?
Yeah, I do.
All right. Next is our mission. So the original is, our mission is to provide an equitable and inclusive community that supports our students holistically while educating them to live in a society where we appreciate each individual's uniqueness. We achieve this by supporting our staff and partnering with families to create a community that welcomes and appreciates our community's diversity of cultures, values, and perspectives. And then the update was, our mission is to provide an equitable and inclusive education that supports our students holistically, empowering them to thrive. We partner with our families and empower staff to meet the needs of our students. We promote critical thinking and high academic standards in a safe and secure environment. Our practices and policies are shaped by respect, kindness, accountability, truthful and ethical behavior, and informed by data, honoring our diversity of cultures, values, and perspectives. What do y'all think?
This is just a suggestion. I think both of them have a lot in them that I think potentially could be, again, in the core values and commitments, and it could be even distilled further.
Okay.
To, the first part I think is really important, to provide an equitable and inclusive education that supports each of our students holistically, I think you could say providing the tools they need to thrive by partnering with families and supporting staff to meet the needs of each of our students.
So
Maybe
just-
it doesn't need to say each twice of our students, that supports our students, so maybe take that out.
We partner with our families and our staff to meet the needs of our students.
Can you say it one
I know,
more
right?
time?
I know, I'm sorry, I was,
It's okay.
So the first portion of the first paragraph.
supports our students holistically.
To support.
Providing the tools.
Providing the tools they need to thrive.
Okay.
By partnering with families and supporting staff is that what this one, yes, supporting staff, to meet the needs of each of our students. Because I think we could, in our values and commitments, talk about our
Promoting
commitment
critical
to
thinking.
appreciating diversity, culture.
Okay, we do go into that.
Yeah,
So, okay, our mission is to provide equitable and inclusive education that supports our students holistically, providing tools they need
to thrive, I
to
think that was.
thrive.
Mhm.
Can we say providing needed tools to thrive? Or that
Sure.
sounds weird.
Providing tools they need to thrive.
Providing tools they need to thrive.
So is that,
Okay, and then you said we partner with our families, we keep that the same, or we changed it? We partner with our families and empower staff to meet the needs of our
Well, I
students?
think we could make it one sentence and say by partnering with
Okay,
our
by-
families,
By
or with families,
partnering with families
and supporting staff.
and to meet the needs of our students.
The needs of each of our students.
Okay, and then just take this next whole part off and we can add that into the commitments and
I think it
values?
makes sense because it's more,
It's kind of long and wordy.
yes,
Yeah.
even both, like looking at them,
No,
but.
I know. I'm like, Daisy, I made it more concise, and I'm like, wait, not really.
It look right, it like looks all this, it looks kind of the same on
Yeah,
paper.
exactly. Okay.
Just clarifying question. Toward the end of that last sentence, is it to meet the needs of our students or meet the needs of each of our
I
students?
think it needs to say each. I think that intones,
I just didn't want that to get lost if that's what you were trying to highlight.
the diversity that's represented.
And the
diverse
individuality
needs,
probably.
And
of-
individuality, yeah.
Okay. I guess I just assumed all.
No,
But-
which, it makes sense,
No,
right,
right.
but just,
Yeah,
yeah,
right.
you know, the additions
Got
to
it.
the,
Got it. Okay, so the next page, okay, so,
I didn't get to these. I didn't,
Good.
I mean, obviously I've read them, but I
Okay.
didn't,
Oh, you didn't go
I didn't
through?
make any suggestions.
okay. Well, we'll just talk it through. So, then we have the definition of core values and commitments. So, with this one, Daisy and I kind of had different opinions, but you guys, we'll see what you guys think. So I didn't necessarily think that we had to define, like that paragraph I thought we could take out, but Daisy thought it was important to include it because we haven't really done core values and commitments in recent history. I kind of thought it was self-explanatory, but she thought it was kind of important to have it in there, so, and we could, you know, leave it, not leave it, we could adjust it, or we could shorten it, or we could, you know, keep it as is. It says, District 428 is dedicated to a set of values that govern our work to continue to be fiscally responsible. These principles shape our aims, program development, and support systems. They direct instruction, curriculum, and assessment so that all students reach high levels of achievement. District 428's commitment to excellence is communicated through our programs and core curriculum standards. Our values guide our vision of creating a diverse, inclusive, and equitable community for all students. Sounds good.
So, it's your recommendation to omit that?
I personally thought that we didn't necessarily have to say that, but Daisy
And
thought it
then
was.
go into this, one of these two statements?
And then we would go, there's 4 of them, so there's like four values and commitments that we make. They're kind of like reiterate what this says here in this paragraph. So, I think either way, if we left it in or we didn't, I don't know what you guys think or your preference, or, and we don't have to completely decide now too, everybody can kind of take it home and, you know, think it over.
since we kind of did agree to the vision and the mission, would it be possible for us to at least approve that and then table the core values and commitments?
Because I feel like these are much more extensive, like, we need, like.
You don't want me to keep reading them?
I mean, you can, if you, I'm always willing to get through something.
Would it be possible to do that then, or
Let me,
no?
I'm gonna just read them out loud for the public, and
Sure.
then,
Okay.
and then we can do that, that's fine.
Okay.
As long as, yeah, just if we get feedback and we can do that, that's fine. So, our values and commitments are aligned to achieve our vision and mission, creating equitable learning environments through school programs and practices. So the original is, we are committed to taking a student-centered approach that adopts programs and policies that ensure all students have equitable access to opportunities. to succeed academically, socially, and emotionally. And then the edit to that was the title was shortened to Creating Equitable Learning Environments. We are committed to taking a student-centered approach, ensuring all students have equitable access to opportunities to excel academically, socially, and emotionally. We wholeheartedly support our educators to meet our students' diverse needs and learning styles while creating and maintaining an inclusive classroom environment. So next is inclusive teaching and learning is a core value and commitment. And then it says we are committed to reviewing and adjusting our curriculum and teaching methods as needed to ensure that we effectively help every student. We are devoted to supporting our educators in recognizing and comprehending our students' diverse needs and learning styles and creating and maintaining an inclusive classroom environment. So the edit on this one changed it to, instead of inclusive teaching and learning, it changed it to high expectations. And high expectations, we believe maintaining rigorous standards and high expectations for all students are key to academic excellence and lifelong learning. We hold high expectations for ourselves in creating engaging, meaningful learning opportunities that captivate our students' attention and provide them with rich experiences. We expect that our staff will be fully supported to excel at their craft. The next one is strengthening unity and collaboration. We are committed to encouraging each student to engage in meaningful interaction with the rest of the school community and learn from one another while respecting differences and embracing shared ideals. We invite the creation of brave spaces where people can express themselves in ways that promote conversation and educational opportunities. And then the edit was same title. We are committed to inviting each student to engage in meaningful interactions with their school community and to learn from one another, appreciating differences and celebrating shared ideals. We invite the creation of brave spaces where people can express themselves in ways that promote conversation and educational opportunities. We empower staff to share knowledge, ideas, and experiences to inspire and inform our practice. And then the last one is community involvement and service to our community. We are committed to creating a culture that respects the right of all community members to be informed, involved, and empowered in district matters. We are also committed to engaging students to practice responsibility towards creating a socially.
I think it's supposed to be and. There's an and that in one of the versions that I had worked on with Stacy, it had gotten put out, but it was supposed to be there, I think.
Okay. And just society
wonderful.
through critical thinking skills, civic engagement, and service to our community. And then the edit was shortened to, I guess, community involvement and service. We are committed to creating a culture that respects and honors the value. It respects and honors the value all community members bring, and ensures involvement of all stakeholders in district matters. We are committed to engaging students and understanding how they impact their community via an asset mindset, critical thinking skills, civic engagement, social justice, and through service to our community. So those are the four, and then we can go ahead, we can vote on vision and mission. We're happy with that? Yeah?
Yes.
Do you want to do, I mean, we can.
I'm good with that.
Yeah. Jeremy, you okay with that?
Yeah.
All right.
What way do we want so that it is kind of effective to look at the commitments and values, like so that we possibly could bring them back at the next one.
Right.
That part of it.
So I guess we could bring back, like, I mean, maybe if everyone could just like say, like, if you have a preference.
Okay.
And then, or if you actually have like a different edit, or if there's something that you think can be like, combined, made concise, and then we could bring something else in.
Okay.
Because if you look at a lot of different districts, I mean, there's all different,
There's all different ones, yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's nice the more guidance we provide.
Should we do that through, like, so should we send it?
Right.
Who's the point person? Do we do that through Jackie so that, like, how do we get it? I guess to follow Open Meetings Act, can Jackie add things, sorry to ask you to do something, add things to a document that everyone can, or is that violating OMA? Does that make sense?
I don't think it's violating OMA if we're not working in the document
if we're not
at the same
working
time.
at the same time,
And
right?
it's
That's
a public document.
my understanding too.
Yeah.
One of the things that we did, like in the, well, last time it was a lot of work.
Well, now I feel now like we could have a workshop and we could like probably bang it out in like an hour.
Yeah.
With us, but
Right, now we
That's
have a
true.
lot more, right? Yes, we have a lot more, so, even if it's just reviewing it, I know last time it was, the feedback was sent to me and then it was like, I sent it to the people who sent feedback.
Right, to get
For
it back.
addition individually to get more feedback.
Right.
I mean, if we could
So
do
it's a
that.
good process, yeah.
It wasn't bad, cause at the end of the day, it came back to, I was kind of that point person
Okay.
and then kept sending
Sure.
it back to
You wanna be the point person,
everybody.
so we'll just send it back to
Do
Jason.
that.
And
Okay.
then maybe we could, you could compile in one document,
Mhm.
like the different, and then we could just pick which ones we think are best.
One of the things too that Sarah and I had discussed was possibly just even looking and benchmarking other districts and their strategic plans. We were looking at even definitions, right? Defining it to the definitions of like, what does equity mean to us? What does, social justice mean to us? Or some of the language that's in here, right? And those are just examples, I'm not saying it exactly, but really like success, what does success mean to us, right? So when we're talking about that, defining it in a way that allows us to,
Asset mindset.
right, provide a thorough understanding of this is what we mean when we say this, right? Because equity means so many different things to so many different people. But if we can agree to, a
common
definition,
glossary.
right, then that could provide us with at least some support.
Okay, so we'll do that too.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright. So, then I guess I'll make a motion to, pull out the vision and mission and go ahead and move forward with a vote on that.
So moved, right?
Yep, I need a, yeah, motion.
Second.
Okay, roll call?
Jeremy Olson,
Jeremy.
Jeremy?
Sorry, I was on mute. Yes.
Yes.
Samantha Seymour,
Yes.
Samantha McDavid,
Yes.
Sarah Moses.
Yes. Okay, and then, we'll go ahead and, do we have consensus then to bring back our core values and commitments and a glossary of terms, back for a vote at our next meeting?
Yes.
Can we
Yes.
commit to core values and commitment? Well, yes, I'll just say yes.
Okay,
We might have to extend it for definition.
for the glossary, okay.
But I think we
But that's
still have
fine.
to move to actually approve, or no, that's what we just did, we approved
We
it.
approve the mission and vision.
Okay, alright, cool.
Yep.
Okay, at least we have that.
So our mission, our vision is, to positively, or not, what should we say? We positively impact the lives of students, supporting and inspiring, or District 428 positively impacts the life, do we say, oh no. We said
Our
just voted
vision
on it.
is to positively
Okay, our
impact
vision.
the lives of students, of our students, supporting and inspiring every student to achieve their potential.
Okay.
Each student.
Each student, yes.
We'll
each,
get it to you,
I like
Jackie.
Each was at the other one.
I know, I put it in both.
Each.
We'll make up our mind.
I will fix it,
Okay.
Jackie.
So, and then our mission is to provide an equitable and inclusive education that supports students holistically, providing the tools they need to thrive by partnering with our families, supporting our staff to meet the needs of our students,
Each of our students.
Okay, all right, so we'll type that up better and,
I will type it and send it to you, Jackie.
okay,
Thank
awesome.
you.
All right, nice work. All right.
Thank you.
Next up is new business. We're getting to 10 o'clock here. Curriculum and instruction realignment plan. This is Sarah Montgomery, Billy Formo, and Deidre Salas.
They're like, woo.
Stretch those
Right,
legs.
right?
Well, good evening, and Billy and I will be presenting on the teaching and learning, formerly curriculum and instruction realignment, presentation volume, version number 2. After our last board meeting, Billy and I met with Kyle, Student Services Director, to go through our departments work very closely together, and different programs, of course, dovetail as we support all students. And so we looked at what are our department needs and how do we prioritize. We also heard through the board to phase in or phase out our different needs. And then having that priority with the SEL through Kyle. So what you'll see in our presentation is a 3-year rollout. And we started looking at our current department, how we support the buildings and students. So you'll see on this slide, our current FTE is 20. You'll see in the bottom is grayed out our 6 through 12 ELF support leader and our multilingual coordinator. Currently it's housed in student services under Kyle's department. We would look at bringing that back into teaching and learning.
So in our version 2, reason we went to Kyle was we were hearing a lot as we went in buildings, as we're hearing school board meetings, SEL. So we wanted to make sure we were prioritizing those needs. So we all know that we need to focus on academics as well, right? But SEL was what we wanted to prioritize. So you'll see that we scaled this down pretty well. So here you can see, like Sarah mentioned, we have 20 current FTE if we include our multilingual coordinator and our secondary L support leader. So here you can see in yellow, we're adding 2. Well, 20 plus 2 is 22, right? I'll explain that here in a little bit. So if you look here, our PK5 director and our director of CNI, everything that's in green, that is no change. All we did was realign or retitle positions. So that's no change at all. The orange there is increase in contract. So we're asking for our multilingual coordinator and our assessment coordinator to go from 10-month to 12-month, and also the secondary humanities manager and elementary humanities manager, who would be our current positions as
part of our realignment.
Correct. 10 to 12 months. And then our P5 instructional support coaches, currently the elementary has 5.5, so we're asking to increase that to 6. The reason we have 5.5 is because we have a 0.5 instructional coach and a 0.5 tech TOSA, which is explained here. In our blue is where you see our decrease. So this is where we get the 21 and not the 22. We're actually decreasing 1 FTE with a half-time tech TOSA and a 6 through 12 instructional support coach, which that's actually 1.0, well, 0.5 of that would go into the elementary to make that 6. So here in yellow is what we are requesting for our first year phase-in, is our 6 to 12 director, and then our elementary STEAM manager.
Year 2, we're looking at bringing in some additional coordinators to help. So for instance, we would bring in the special ed curriculum coordinator and then the elementary and secondary SIP PD coordinators that will directly support building administration and then our special populations.
So as you know, we've spent a ton of time on school improvement plans and our strategic plan and aligning our SIPs to our strategic plan. So these SIP coordinators, the PD SIP coordinators, would make sure that they'd really be helping provide the PD that we need to meet our goals and to fulfill those strategies that we have within our school improvement plans. And our special ed curriculum coordinator, as we sat down with Kyle, we asked, is there any way that this could be absorbed within your department, at least for the first year? And he said that he felt that they could, but we really need somebody in our curriculum department who specializes in special ed, because there's a lot of
special curriculums entered in, and we want to make sure that they're aligned to grade level standards, which can get tricky, especially as the students get older.
So then there's year 2, our FTE summary for year 2. And then year 3, with our one-way and two-way dual language now being further along, will be 4th grade two-way dual language up to 4th grade. So we really felt that we need multilingual instructional coaches at 6-12 and PK5 to help support our needs for those students. So that's an additional 2 right there. So overall, our 3-year phase-in, although just want to make it clear that it's fluid, tonight what we are asking the school board to consider is our year 1. Obviously, we're going to take a look at how things look next year and, you know, reassess and go from there. So this is what we foresee in the next 3 years, and this is what we would be asking over a 3-year period.
So a total of 5 more FTE.
6.
6. Oh, 20, okay, 6.
Any questions?
I don't have any at the moment, but I'll probably contact one of you later.
Sure, absolutely.
Absolutely.
I appreciate the breakdown of it year by year. I mean,
Sure.
I'm a visual learner, so.
Yeah.
This helps.
Very helpful.
I guess, my question is like, where's, like, these are charts and that's helpful, but what outcomes can we expect and like, where's the, like the support material to describe why we would approve this or why we would do this?
Sure, so I'm gonna go back to our year 1, because really that's right now the key.
What we're focusing
Right.
on.
So, as we were here earlier tonight, right, it's not morning yet. So there were a couple things that really stuck out to me. Direct line to the building, and the needs of the buildings, are those being met? So with what we're asking, right? Boots on the ground, I heard. And then I've heard phasing in. So if you look here, and I'm just gonna come up here because I'm a visual learner as well, but I need to point to things so that people understand where we're going with this.
Yeah.
This elementary STEAM manager and elementary humanities and then secondary as well, these are directly focused on content. So STEAM, math and science, and the arts, and then humanities, language arts, social studies. So right now, one of our biggest downfalls, I would say, in our department is that Sarah and I are focusing on 5 different content areas within, I would say, elementary, where Sarah
It's more
has
like 10 at
more-
secondary.
Right, so she has more contents, less buildings. I have less content, more buildings. So this here allows these 2 managers to go into the buildings and work with our instructional support coaches to get boots on the ground. So really, this column here and this column here are boots on the ground. We're envisioning them as boots on the ground. I know they're housed at the district office, but these are people who we really want inside the buildings to be able to help with the school improvement plans and with any professional development that might be needed.
Targeted and
Academic-
differentiated
right, academic
supports.
support that they need.
I'm sorry, you're saying who's housed at the Ed Center that you'd rather have in the buildings? The instruction?
Here, this column right here.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah.
And again, being housed at the district, at the center is more so that we can use them fluently, right?
Right.
Throughout the
Correct.
district,
Yep.
okay, just
Correct.
wanted to verify.
Yeah.
And then, like, I guess, like, what would a, like, elementary STEAM manager, what would the job description be?
So across
those
elementary and secondary, that was looking at curriculum alignment, assessment development, also helping to guide PLC work. So they're going through the 4 essential questions of a PLC, and also providing some of that targeted PD. So we're looking at creative ways to make sure that professional development is offered at different times through the PLCs next year, and dividing up that time and working with the building principals. What specific professional development do you need for engagement? What do you need for reducing chronic truancy, absenteeism, things like that, that will help larger groups and then some targeted smaller groups.
Individualizing.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is, so, right now, okay, so currently we're at a 20 FTE, this would be a 21 FTE, but what's the difference in cost, like from adding one, what's different?
So the difference in cost here, from And this is because.
Oh, it's down here, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because we're also.
Expanding 10 months to
from
12
10
months.
to 12
Sure.
months. And this is actually estimated probably a little higher, but, like Cindy said, that's.
Okay, so 381,000.
Correct.
Right. Does anybody have other questions?
No.
Not right now.
So, would an elementary STEAM manager be considered administration?
Yes.
They would be unaffiliated.
And then the support coaches are all DCTA. They're our current instructional coaches.
Correct.
Or I guess they are instructional support coaches, it says right here.
So like on this chart, we would have,
Are you looking at year one?
yeah, so like, we'd go from 8 administrators, or we go from 6 administrators to 8.
Right, because they're splitting the director position too,
Yeah.
to be more focused.
I think like what would probably be helpful for me, would be like job descriptions and like just, cause I mean
Yeah.
like you guys can tell me like what it is, but like without like actually being able to like read like what, like
Sure.
why does it
Yeah.
make sense
Those
and
have
what
been
outcomes
drafted.
can we expect and, it's, cause I guess, and honestly like I'm starting to get really nervous because we're spending a lot of money. Like this is a lot of money that we're talking about here. We're talking about $500,000 for SROs. We just spent, you know, 3.5 million for FTE for next year, and then we've got like, is this sustainable? Like all of this output that we're looking at here?
Well, it depends on how you phase it in, for one, and I know we talked about trying to maybe support some of the FTE with ESSER, again, not permanent dollars, but
Yeah.
you have to, the hard thing is, you know, for the first couple of years, it looks fine in terms of how it affects our fund balance. It's just when you're both looking out to year like 4 and 5, it's a little more difficult to predict, only because we don't know a whole lot about state funding. You know, we're a tier 1 school still for evidence-based funding, but we're on the edge of tier 2 because we have received additional funding, and we also received the property tax relief grant, which has been incorporated in there as well. But for next year, we need to use those dollars. That's about 5 million, a little more than 5 million, 5.4 million for the abatements, property tax abatements. After that, those dollars could be used for other purposes, operating purposes, but then we have to also keep in mind, you know, what sort of taxpayer relief we may want to do. We've been on that track for the last few years to do that. Our building needs, you know, expansion.
Well, that's what, like, we were looking at potentially having to add additions on to buildings, and then also, or build a building, and I don't know that we could depend on a referendum, you know, to pass.
Yeah.
That's
it's hard to know.
a
It's
difficult.
hard to know too if additional dollars will come away from the feds. I know they've talked about infrastructure,
Right.
and even at the state level they have. But again, we can't hang our hats on that stuff because we don't know if that's going to occur or not. So.
Cindy, where are we at in regards to, with some of the new construction that's happened and newer, commerce that's come to the area, where are we at in, like, so right now they have abated, I think, or is that what it's called? It's like, they only pay a percentage of
Yeah,
their.
like for our candy, that's one of them.
Mhm.
Because they were in the E-zone, enterprise zone.
Right, yes, that's what
Right,
I'm talking
so
about.
they're abating half of their taxes. But of course, we're receiving a lot more. So this last tax levy we just went to, you saw that huge increase in our new growth. That
Yeah.
was for our candy, which was like about 21 million, but half of it is really what they will be assessed for. They basically take their assessment
Right,
and they cut it
okay.
in half. Also, part of our tax levy this year was the decal TIF. That was about $60 million in equalized assessed value that came back onto our books. So that did infuse more revenue, which is going to be for the 22-23 school year.
So we'll realize that next year?
Oh, yeah, yes. We'll
Okay.
realize that next year, and that'll be embedded in our revenue for,
Okay,
pretty
but
much.
that was included in your projections?
It was, yes,
Yeah.
it was included in my projections
Okay.
as well. And then we also have Facebook that's coming online, which I still haven't gotten clarification about exactly what that EAV is gonna be. They
Okay.
will be 100, that their first phase, I guess, and even for our candy, that was just their first phase, there's gonna be more, but we just don't know what that looks like yet. Once we know what that equalized assessed value is, and probably that's gonna be fully assessed in the 22 tax levy year, which will affect our 23-24 budget, so we're always in arrears on that. So
Okay.
that's gonna be additional dollars as well. In the projections, I probably didn't put as much in there as
course.
it's gonna be, because it's to remain conservative, but yeah, there'll be additional tax dollars coming from that as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's, you know, when I work on my projections, I always look from a conservative perspective for sure. But we do wanna, again, just, there's a lot of things we're trying to balance here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're trying to balance, new FTE, we're trying to balance taking care of our students. That's number one, that's priority,
Yep.
Yeah.
absolutely. But then part of that is too, we need to give them a safe building, we need to give them space.
And then we'll need to hire more staff.
And we'll need to hire more
Yeah.
teachers to provide, you know, we'll have, you know, we can get those class sizes down, but it does require staff. And so, yeah, it's definitely a jigsaw puzzle to some extent, and especially this is a multi-year plan. It's not something we can just, one year we're gonna have all these new buildings, right? No, it's gonna take probably 3, 4, 5 years until we get there. And right now, we're just starting those stepping stones to that with all these assessments we're doing, security assessments, facility assessments, our demography study. I mean, we're on a great path and we're doing a lot to get there. It's just that trying to, and then, you know, even with their presentation with phasing stuff in rather than, okay, let's just do it all at once. So sustainability, I mean, in the short run, yes, the long run is hard to predict.
Okay. In the kind of projections that you had provided us based on my questions that I had sent, so the one that was for all FTE, that was last week, or the previous meetings plan, like
No, that
the
was this
10
plan.
million? That was today's, and including this, the
Yes.
realignments? Okay.
Yes.
So
So
the
what
year one phase,
In
okay.
year one, so what I did is I just front loaded everything.
Okay.
Because that's really looking at the, I shouldn't say worst case scenario, that doesn't sound right, but it's the scenario that's most expensive, let's say, and it's, you know, all in 1 year. So, and without using ESSER funds as well. So that is really, you know, the highest cost we're gonna see. And then as we, you know, look at these, different things and the approvals and what is gonna get approved by the board or not approved by the board, then we can scaffold that stuff in within our projection as well.
Okay.
And that, the projections also included, the SRO increase requests as well.
Oh, okay, that's
Yes.
good to know too. I meant to ask.
Yeah, I included everything
That was on the table?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
it's very helpful.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just looking at, I know it's late, these are long, these last 2 meetings are so long.
Like I said, at the end of the day, what we're coming to the school board with is this
Is
first
year
year.
one.
Right, so if we have to reassess, reanalyze, whatever,
Then we're prepared
year
to do
2,
that.
year 3, we can do that, but year 1, this is what we feel we really need for the upcoming school year.
So, base projection. So if we move forward with this base projection, additional 1 million in evidence-based funding, all FTE requests added for, so that in projected in your school year 26-27, that brings our fund balance down to 15%. Well, actually, 14.98%, 15%, which is below our policy. So, I mean, like this, I mean, I 100% support doing what we need to do for our students, doing what we need to do to support staff, doing what we need to do to make sure that people are able to do their jobs. However, like, we've got to be able to financially sustain ourselves too, and if we're down to 15%, we're below our policy, you're 26-27.
And that's based on include the full rollout of these plans, right?
The full
And
rollout.
maintaining 6 SROs.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And then this next one is 11.5%, year 26-27. Best case scenario is we're at 34%.
Well, that first one is really just the baseline of
Yeah.
before we did anything. And again, looking out to 25, 26, or 26, 27, I feel like every time we run through these projection models, it always looks uglier in those years, because what we're doing is when we're looking at revenues, we're being pretty conservative in terms of what the state revenue is going to look like, and also what the tax revenue. Really, we're about 50-50 right now. We're about 50% local dollars, and the other half being state and federal dollars. So we really kind of have to look at each of those revenue sources. And when we're looking into the future, it's difficult to know what those are going to look like. But for projection purposes, we keep those. The ones that we do know, we adjust, like the taxes and that type of thing. The state funding, you know, that we know that we've got a base funding minimum. That's what's included in here. And then also adding another $1 million to that. Because that's about what we've been getting. But once we get to tier 2, just don't know what that's going to look like.
Right.
Cindy, I feel like when I first came on the board about 3 years ago, I felt like that the state portion was closer to 30%. Am I thinking clearly?
Yeah, you are, because we probably were at about that rate back then, but because of the evidence-based funding and the additional dollars we've received, our state funding, our pie, let's say, of our revenue has shifted quite a bit to be, you know, higher in state funding, or more equal in state funding with our other funding as well. But you're correct.
Okay, so given that, if there's a change in administration in a couple of years, and somehow those policies change, let's say, and let's say we go back to 30%, have we modeled that out in terms of what ramifications that would have to our district and our tax base?
Well, I mean, going back to 30% would mean we'd have to shift it someplace else, I guess. I mean, meaning that the evidence-based funding formula just gets dismantled and they start something new.
Right.
Politically, that probably would be very difficult, no matter what administration's in there, and that's just my opinion, just because this is a formula that's been in place since 2017. It's had some success in getting money to school districts that need it, just like we did. It is a game changer for us, honestly. We wouldn't be even talking about these FTEs without those dollars that have come to us from the state funding formula.
But I guess that's sort of my point, right? Which is we didn't used to have it, and now we do.
Mm-hmm.
But we are in a bankrupt state, essentially, and if for some reason something happens and we're forced to deal with less money, it puts us into a bit of a predicament. And obviously that's a huge amount, 20% of our budget. And for increasing our budget by 10%, that's even more. And while I understand it could be difficult, I guess I'm sensitive to the fact that, you know, things can change, and they can change quickly, and I think we've seen that here nationally, right? Because we all pretended like inflation wasn't really happening, and suddenly it did. So I guess that's my only concern, is I just knowing that we're even more dependent upon the state of Illinois, which is not a fiscally set position. In fact, we're 50th in the United States in terms of our fiscal security. Do you have any reservations about that at all from your perspective?
I mean, I always worry about that, only because I've been around long enough and been through a lot of budget cycles with the state. I mean, even
With the runner.
talking 3 or 4 years, 4 years ago, we didn't have a budget for a couple of years, so. Does that concern me? Yes. What does the future hold for that? It's difficult to know. I'll be perfectly honest with you that, I mean, all of us struggle with that in my position as a school business official and trying to be fiscally responsible. On top of though, knowing that we have needs of students too. And, you know, cause that's our priority, right? So that's the difficult thing. And again, it's back to that balancing act. What can we do to make sure that we're covering those needs, but then also maintaining our fiscal responsibility? Tough decisions, absolutely, it is. And do you have to think about those things? Yes, you do. But, you know, what's the likelihood? Very difficult to know. I wish I had that crystal ball.
Sure, don't we all?
Yeah.
But I do appreciate your perspective. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
And so, you know, and I don't know who's still in the room, but I know that you guys are all cabinet and extended administration, you know, working hard on plans that you see to carry out, you know, your goals and objectives that we're sort of establishing here. You know, and I think we appreciate the sentiment, and at least, you know, I think I speak for all of us in that regard. At times there are going to be difficult decisions we're going to have to make, and these are the types of things we have to weigh out. And so keeping in mind what our key priorities are, I think right now safety, security, and sort of classroom size are some of the top of the list, you know, are up there. And, you know, if we have to relook at some of these things, or maybe just pace ourselves into them more slowly than maybe we would like, instead of a full-blown implementation, we may have to walk before we run in some instances, until we see, you know, perhaps some of the industry that's moved in does start to incrementally increase the amount of tax. I think some of those are based over time. So as years pass, we will get more tax money. It'll increase our tax base. So there are other things like that. And again, do you model that in? Sorry to go back to you again, Cindy, but you know, are you tracking on those contracts with people like the candy company and all the new business out there, as far as they all have a little bit different incentives in terms of how our tax dollars ratchet up? Is that something that you calculate into your numbers?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. When I know those numbers, I put them in there. Like I said, with Facebook, it's probably, I'm lowballing it at this point until we know what that true equalized assessed value is. But yeah, I absolutely do that. And then make sure I also subtract out the abatements too. Those tax incentives that these companies are getting. But it still garners up additional dollars for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't be surprised, but thank you for that.
No.
I guess those were more comments, Sarah, than anything. I'll pause now.
But does anyone else have questions? Okay. So I guess also, I mean, I guess I said that, it's just to have supporting documentation to go along with these. I mean,
We can certainly get you the job description drafts.
yeah, like job descriptions and all that.
We have those.
What else
I mean,
do you
that's-
want besides job descriptions? Like, you want a written rationale?
Yeah, I mean, like, why, like, this is just positions. I'm not trying to be dismissive, it's just that it's,
And those are within our FTE cover sheet, so we can provide both of those to you.
thank you. So, this is information, okay, so, it doesn't look like this, you're asking for this to come back for a vote, or you are?
Yes,
Yes.
year one.
Okay, so, is there consensus to bring this back for a vote next time for year one?
Yes.
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 Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next is student services realignment.
Hey, good evening. So I have 29 slides. I am not gonna go through 29 sections in detail. So I just wanna, as you kind of peruse. But I do wanna hit a few highlights, and then I obviously wanna open it up for some questions. So, like Billy and Sarah just mentioned, we've been engaging in a process over the last several months to try and take a look at the Student Services Department and consider what changes we might need to make, what realignments we might need to make in order to kind of address priorities within the strategic plan, priorities within our department, and ultimately best support our students or staff so they can best support students. Just want to hit some highlights, a little bit of data included in here of why do we feel realignment and additional staff are needed. Going back to before my time, when the Student Service Department, the original design of that was to oversee special education within our district. Over the years, it's evolved, and student services is a broader encompassing umbrella, and there's a lot that fits into that. So special education is a huge piece of that. We have well over 1,000 students that qualify for special education, early childhood through our 18-22 program. We have a large number of students with 504 plans, which isn't special education, but it falls within our umbrella. They don't, also under that umbrella comes our district threat assessment process, our gender policy implementation, code of conduct, SEL. We currently have our multilingual department housed under us. I know that's a potential change. There's policy, there's procedure, so it's kind of evolved into more than just special education. And over the years, the district has provided more resources to adjust that, but we're seeing those needs continue to rise, those numbers continue to rise, responsibilities continue to fall under our department, and therefore we see a realignment and maybe some additional staff is a request. I put some information in there about since 2016, 2017, we had about just slightly over 1,000 students eligible for special education. As of early March 2022, we're at 1,155. Since March 10th, we've had 60 new students qualify, either through our own evaluation process or move-ins. So it rapidly changes sometimes, and of course some students come on. But this time of year, we typically see a pretty good uptick in students that do qualify.
So with that number, you're about 1,200 at this point?
Yeah.
You said 60 more?
Yep,
Okay.
we're north of 1,200, yeah.
Okay.
So in addition to that, the more students that we have eligible, the more that there is time spent in some of our federal requirements, which would be IEP meetings, eligibility meetings, problem-solving meetings, and those meetings, there's a trickle effect with those, so it's additional responsibilities and time spent by case management, by compliance oversight by our department, and of course the time that people gather and work with families for their students' planning. I did put some data in there about special education meetings. As of February, we're about 731 meetings for this school year. I will say this is what we like to say is IEP season. A lot of students come up for their annual IEP, so I can refresh these numbers in a couple weeks if needed, but I know we'll probably go into eclipse or come very close to what we've had last year, which was just shy of 1,000 meetings. We had a school nurse here earlier that talked about the rise in student medical needs, partially due to the pandemic, but partially also due to just we have more students moving in. The needs are a little bit more complex. They require more expertise, and therefore she did point out I'm not a trained medical professional, no problem admitting that. Nobody within our department has that background, and my predecessor and I talked a lot about that, and she said one of the biggest things that you're going to learn about this position is how much health services, what all is involved with that. And I have learned that if you peel away the pandemic, which I know is hard to do, could be a department in and of itself. Wow. Last two things I want to touch on. Compliance with federal and state law. So this year we are actually getting about $1.7 million from the Individuals with Disabilities and Education Act grant, which is something we get every year. The amount amount has gone up, but as with all grants, you know, you get this money, but there's requirements to that, and it's really abiding by federal law, state law, and any regulations. And it's very important that we sustain that funding. It goes to curricular materials, software. We use it for, you know, we have a NIU school psychology student this year that's paid through the grant. So we find different ways to make it directly related to students with disabilities. It's the compliance of our ability to follow those regulations in state law that we see as something that we want to stay on top of because we don't want to risk losing funding. And then last but not least, and we talked a lot about tonight, is an effective NTSS framework that provides training and coaching to best support the social and emotional needs of students. So those are some of the highlights of what we identified as needs within the department. I'm going to quickly go over some SEL data just to illustrate that last bullet point a little bit, and then I'm going to quickly go through some highlights of some of the positions we're going to ask for, and then I'm going to let some of those same realignment organizational charts speak for themselves. So what I took here is, this is a, and I apologize it's not showing up very big, but this is a screenshot of our best SEL screening data. So what you can probably see a little bit more clearly on your...
What does BEST stand for, sir?
It's the best. So what it is, it's a behavior, essentially at-risk rating scale.
Okay.
So it looks at various behaviors that could be problematic for a student, and it gives a rating, and then it falls into various categories that would show extremely elevated, and then what they would say is normal or average range.
Okay.
What the idea of this is early identification of students that have needs, so then you can intervene and hopefully prevent further problems down the road. What I want to point out here is what we have is the fall 2019 data on the left here, fall 2020, and then fall 2021. So obviously fall 2020 was a very atypical year. We didn't actually have students in our schools at that time. So what this there is a difference. It's not an apples to apples comparison. The best we can do is look at fall 2019 and fall 2021 is close to apples and apples, but we know there was a significant event that happened in between there.
Right.
What I would highlight is anything in the green means those are the number of students that were rated is considered average, meaning there's no more concern than what would be expected. I'm colorblind, so I'm going to go ahead and say that's yellow and red combined. Those would be at risk, and then the extremely elevated. So those would ideally be the number of students that we want to intervene with. And what you kind of see from 2019, 2020, 21, you generally see this, the need for this number of students that need support kind of increase in a lot of these areas. And each of these, kind of groups of three assesses a different type of index on that scale. So, but I just kind of wanted to paint the big picture, and we could dive into this and have a whole agenda item at some other time. But the need has increased, and that's really what anecdotally we've been talking about a lot today.
Thank you for this. This is helpful.
Yeah, no problem. We'll have some spring data that we can come back and look at too. We just haven't done that yet with students. So. Then you have your SABRs. So this is used with our elementary students. The last rating scale, this is a self-report. So this is actually what our students are saying to us. We use that at the middle school level. It's more developmentally appropriate for them to kind of be able to rate accurately their own interpretations. This includes externalizing as well as internalizing behaviors. This next category, this is what we use with our elementary age students. It's a different type of scale. It's a teacher report because it's not really that great to have a first grader accurately report how they feel. It's important, but not necessarily from a standardized assessment measure. What you see here is, again, you're going to see green and yellow for most of these. Yellow being those that area where students would be needing some form of tier 2 or tier 3 intervention. And again, it goes by fall 2019, 2020, 2021. This last one here, there's a little red there. I would say ignore the red. That's just how the report was pulled. So what I would say is look at the yellow and red there, and that's your students at risk. Now this is teacher self-report, or sorry, teacher report, not student report. So what you see here, this area, this is academic behavior. And you saw this, it was interesting because you saw a greater concern last year when students were remote. And that's what our teachers were saying is, hey, our kids don't seem to be getting it, they're remote. And that reflected in the data. Then what you saw when kids returned is actually kind of got back to a little bit normal. Now this isn't an achievement necessarily, this is just what teachers are observing. But what you see in some of these other areas are things that weren't necessarily present. Students' conduct, students' ability to self-regulate and manage emotions. And we saw those kind of rebound, unfortunately, from what was relatively, what was lower in 2020, kind of rebounded back to what would be pre-pandemic levels in a lot of these areas. So we kind of saw that need adjust. The reason I wanted to highlight this is because when we talk about Tier 3, and we talk about one student at Tier 3, and again, I'm going to come back to the amount of resources and things that go into that, that is where our systems get overtaxed, or where we're at currently now. And so when I get into some of these requests later on, a couple of the requests are directly to support teachers, administrators, and students at that Tier 3 level, so that way we can intervene and get them the support they need, or improve Tier 1, Tier 2, have better coaching, have better training, have better modeling, so that way hopefully we can reduce the number of kids that are getting in that Tier 3. And really quickly, I'm not going to read this to you guys because it's all there in front of you. For each position that is considered a new position, what I did is I went through and I say we, my department, there were so many people that went into this. But I put together the PowerPoint. So the rationale is kind of why we think we need this, and then I put benefits to the school community. We've talked a lot about a direct impact on students, and certainly there are a few positions in here where I think it definitely fits that definition. But the reality of it is some of these are administrative positions, and I don't work directly with students, but I have a way to impact students by programming, by training, by looking at kind of how we do business. And then also keeping in mind what my staff at the building level is telling me they need to be able to do their job more effectively. So every single request that, or additional position we had here, one of the things that my department did is we really challenged us to say, if we're gonna go to the board, if we're gonna go in front of the public and say we need another administrator, we better be able to tie that back to how this is gonna benefit staff and ultimately benefit kids or our families. And so we hope that we did that to provide a rationale to it. So somebody who used to work in the buildings, I get the optics sometimes when it's an administrative position that's added, but we wanted to be really strategic about that. The only other thing I want to say before jumping into this is we didn't do this in isolation from our building FTE requests. So we started with the building FTE request and we said, what do we need to get in front of our students now? That's what we talked about earlier. Then we went to this and said, okay, now that we have what we ideally would like to see at the building level, what do we need to make our staff feel like they have the time, the resources, the support to effectively do their job? So then we came to this. So health services coordinator, I think we've talked about that quite a bit tonight. It's one of those areas that I think we could do a better job as a district. I think our nurses, health assistants, would really benefit from some more expertise, training, making sure we're in compliance with state reporting, somebody to go to consult with, somebody who could be a partner with our health department, both locally and at the state level. Assistant Director of Student Services. This I want to speak to just, again, the umbrella of student services and how that's kind of evolved over time. And you know, currently there is a Director of Student Services, and then our organizational chart consists of student service coordinators. We have 4 student service coordinators and 1 student services TOSA, so a DCTA position. They really function and do the same job, it's just a credential is the difference there. Our student service coordinators spend the vast majority of their time in meetings. So they facilitate meetings, they serve as kind of the district representative to allocate resources to make sure that we're in compliance with law. They're fantastic at it. But what that doesn't allow them to do, and because our numbers have grown over the years, is it doesn't give them enough capacity to do the other parts of their job, which is to oversee our programs, to get into classrooms and coach teachers, to directly problem solve with teachers or clinicians on students, to do a lot more outreach in terms of community partnerships. And our big picture is that we would like to free up our coordinators to be able to do more oversight over our programs, more evaluation of our programs, and not spend as much time in the meetings that they are. We could utilize their expertise differently or better in some ways. The Director of Student Services, when you think about Director of Student Services and Assistant Director, the job responsibilities would be split pretty differently. So the Assistant Director would be more in charge of the day-to-day, the procedural, the compliance oversight, a lot of the professional development that we do with our assistants, with our related service staff, with some of our administrators. The Director of Student Services would spend more time looking on community partnerships, policy revisions, code of conduct, bullying, some of those things that fall outside of that realm of special education. Really, it would allow us to provide more, oversight's not the right word, it's probably more support and attention to all of those things that we have to do as a department. Special education facilitators is another new role. This is we are looking at 6 additional facilitators. Essentially, these would be special education or staff members with that background. They could be special education teachers, they could be school psychologists, social workers. Their primary role would be the direct support to families, students, and staff within IEP meetings. So they would actually be the ones to facilitate those meetings, to serve as what we call the LEA in those meetings. What that would do is it would free up not only our coordinators to be able to do more programmatic oversight, but it would actually pull out a lot of our building admin, our deans, our assistant principals, and principals that oftentimes have to be in IEP or 504 meetings because it's legally required. The feedback that we get sometimes is, although they really appreciate being involved in the problem solving process of that and knowing what students' needs are, it's very difficult when there's other things going on in the building where that they can't attend to. So whether it be instructional support for staff, whether it be responding to students who might need that administrator to intervene, whether it be addressing parents that are coming in, they're required to be in meetings, which is a lot of time. We would like to free that up a little bit. The other thing that adding this position would do is we would absorb a lot of our evaluation of related service staff, psych, social workers, counselors, nurses, as well as our special education teaching staff. We would take their evaluations, which currently are done by building leadership, and we would be able to take that off of our building leaders' plate to free them up more as well. Some of our building leaders have great expertise when it comes to special education, and some of them that's just not their forte. Within the student services department, it would be somebody who knows the role, what's expected, and the quality of what our teachers and clinicians are doing. They can provide that coaching and mentoring and help them improve. We feel like that's an area we can better support our staff in. Special education compliance analyst. So currently, our department has an administrative assistant. An administrative assistant wears a lot of hats. Initially, it was an administrative assistant to help the director, but really that primary role is compliance oversight. So when we look at any meeting for special education, we are obligated to do certain things. We have to notify that we have to provide prior written notice to the family. That has to be done within a certain timeline. There's certain people that legally have to be invited. And the way our department has evolved over the years is that used to be centralized, and my administrative assistant was the key, like the oversight of that. A few years ago, it was decentralized, meaning that a lot of that work, not all of it, went back to the buildings. What we found is, and this is not a knock on our staff, but about 35% of the paperwork that gets submitted to the administrative assistant now for review gets returned for corrections. That's frustrating to our staff. It's time that they're taking away either from support, consulting with families, or working with kids. They have to do paperwork multiple times, and it's important that they do because we get audited, and again, we worry about our funding. So by having someone dedicated to compliance, What we would do is we would pull paperwork responsibilities from our special education teachers, from our case managers who would be like maybe SLPs or nurses. We would try and take as much of that off of their plate as we can. That way they can spend the time doing what we think is what they went to school for, which is direct instruction with kids, direct support with families. There's not a special education teacher that I know that would say, I got into this to do all the paperwork that's required. And honestly, a lot of people leave the field because it's not what they expected. We want to try and give them what they're really good at is get in front of kids. This is one way we think we can do that. All right, last one here. SEL support specialists. So these would be, we currently have a vacancy as an SEL coordinator. We need to fill that vacancy. What we're looking at is adding 1 or potentially 2 SEL support specialists that would be able to support that coordinator. What these positions would do is they would be in buildings. So they would be working on tier 1 implementation. They'd be making sure that it's being done with fidelity. It would be coaching those teachers to implement it the best way they can. They would be involved in implementation of restorative practices at the tier 1 and tier 2 levels. They would help support students that are not responding to tier 3 general education support. They could be an external consultant that would come in. Students with more extreme behaviors, whether they're special ed or general education that require, at times restraint or, due to severe safety needs. These would be consultants that could come in and actually work with teams to have an outsider's perspective of trying to better support them within our building. We have a lot of students that go to therapeutic day schools. If we can keep them in their home school, it's not only better for the building, but there's a financial savings as a district as well, to be honest with you. So, really quick overview of some of those new positions. The rationale goes into a lot more detail. And I can certainly answer any questions that we have about those, but I wanted to get into kind of what we would like to see or what we would hope to work towards over the next couple of years. Currently, this is our organizational chart for this year. We currently have 13 FTE included in that. We only have 12 of those FTE filled, so the SEL coordinator is not filled. Where we would like to get to, and I did a 2-year plan, I can go back and revise it, but when I sat down and I looked at a 3-year rollout of this, in my mind I thought 3 years to roll this out as our department and what our needs are currently. I would like to be a little bit more aggressive and look at 2 years. That being said, I can go back to the drawing board and rethink some things. But ultimately, by the 23-24 school year, we would like to see this type of organizational chart. So what you see in highlighted yellow would be new FTE positions. So this is kind of we think as a department, we need to be able to execute on all of our goals which align with the strategic plan. But we broke it down into options, so we got 3 options, year 1 and year 2 for each. So option 1, what we would look to do is add 9 additional FTE. It would be the assistant director, the compliance analyst, 1 SEL support specialist, and then 6 of the special education facilitators. 3 would support our secondary buildings, middle, high school. 3 would support our elementary / ELDC. That would be for 22-23. Option 1, year 2, that next year we would look to phase in the health service coordinator and then a second SEL support specialist. Of course, it wouldn't be set in stone, so we would evaluate our need heading into that second year, and if for whatever reason we didn't feel like we needed these positions or we thought that work could be absorbed elsewhere, we could always pivot. I did break it down a little bit, and Cindy helped me out a lot by getting some numbers in there. So this would really show you what the change in FTE is and what the estimated cost for each would be. So in total, year 1 and 2 on the bottom right-hand corner, just a little bit over 1 million. Sorry, that's pretty far away.
Oh, like 1.1.
All right, option 2. So this would be first year option 2. What you don't see here is the assistant director, so that is pulled out of this option. We would move forward with the compliance analyst, the health service coordinator would be kind of put into this plan, the 6 special ed facilitators, and then 1 SEL support specialist, so an increase of 9 FTE. And then within option 2, we would look to add that 2nd SEL support specialist. And then I kind of did a strike through there so you could see what those changes would be, and that takes the total about $941,000 for both year 1, year 2. And then we have option 3. So in year 1, what we would look to do is add those 6 special education facilitators, 1 SEL specialist, and a compliance analyst. And then in year 2, we would look to maybe add that assistant director of student services. So it would be 1 additional FTE in that 2nd year. So what you see here is what we would ultimately cut from the proposal would be the health service coordinator and the SEL support specialist. I will say if we don't have a health service coordinator, but we do have assistant director of special education or student services, I should say, that position or the director of student services would absorb that responsibility, so it still would provide some more oversight to our health services. It's a model that I know other districts have used. I've seen it both ways, but that would be a way that we could still provide some more help with our nursing staff. I don't know if you can't predict the future. I don't know if that person would have the health services background necessarily.
And your preference would be option 1, then 2, then 3?
That is kind of how I laid it out. That was the initial thought.
Follow
Smart.
But I fully understand the financial cost of this. Where I'm coming from is the opportunity, and I'm really grateful for it, to advocate and
Sure.
say, hey, here's what we think we need, and here are the things that we could do with this in terms of supporting staff, taking things off staff's plate. And the other thing that we would look to do is, we've got a lot of good partnerships, whether it be with the NIU or some local agencies, but we can take that to a whole new level. And that would give us more capacity to be able to do some of that community outreach and partnership as well. So I know that was a lot, and I went longer than I thought I would.
No,
but-
I honestly, I really appreciate the data that you provided, because when you provide data like that, when you talked about 35% of the, forms coming back and having been done, well then, okay, no, it helps to make decisions, because then you understand why you're making the decision, so I appreciate your presentation very much. Does anybody have questions? No? Okay. Jeremy, do you have a question? Oh, I thought you might be asleep in the
I
driveway.
couldn't see obviously the data and everything, but I was listening, and it sounds like it's good data, so I'll look forward to looking at it when I get from my computer.
Yeah. And then, so the ask is ideally for us to bring back one of these options for a vote.
Yeah, the ideal ask would be option 1.
Option
but
1, year 1, would you do it by year
Yes.
similarly?
Yep. I'm also open to feedback, so if there's some things that you would like to see maybe tweaked, or more information, more data, that's obviously something that we can pull together for the next meeting too. But
So it's you have front-loaded the cost in your options in each of the options. Is there a way to spread that out more evenly, or is this, would it not make sense to add, I know you said that, right? This is the optimal way to add these positions.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would look at them. I went there a lot in my head, all right, I see 10 FTE first year, 2 the second year, right? That's not balanced. I will say this: the facilitator positions, I don't want to say they're the most important position in here by any means, but this is probably the cornerstone of being able to pull a lot of things off of special educators' plates, as well as to free up some of our kind of this coordinator level to take on more administrative duties. and to expand them outside of special education. They really, there's a lot of expertise here that we could use in terms of discipline, not that they would be disciplinarians, but to be more involved in, restorative practices and the SEL part. There's flexibility there if they're not in these meetings. The problem with that, Samantha, to go back to your question, is that's kind of a package deal. So
Okay.
those 6. So if we added like 3, it really wouldn't give us as much capacity that we feel like would be worth the bang for the buck, I guess.
Okay, it wouldn't have the intended outcomes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. And then, SEL, I did pare that down a little bit. It's a tough one because I know SEL is so important right now. So it was hard to really say, let's push this off a couple more years because I think that is our priority. And I also understand it's not about how busy we are as staff members because we'll do the work and we'll put in the time. But what I see is our, to be very honest, a hard look at, hey, look, we need to work on a few things or put some more time and attention here so we don't have something down the road like an audit that shows that, hey, we got to do some corrective action here. And so that part of what keeps me up at night, that doesn't necessarily impact students directly, but I know it would or could.
You're right, it would trickle down. So the special ed facilitators, though, like you said, kind of a package deal, but potentially have the biggest impact on direct student work, like work with directly with students. And I definitely understand and agree and see how you have to have the administrative support there. Those systems need administrators to be able to function and, at the classroom level and at the student level. So I think that makes sense. Okay.
If we added these, there would be the trickle effect of not only our coordinators having more time, but we would be able to pull some off of our building administrators as well. So it would benefit us in multiple ways.
And the compliance analyst would pull a lot from building administrators. Or
Probably not building administrators, but our special education case managers.
Okay, the case managers, okay.
Okay, so anybody else have questions? So I guess we would say consensus to bring one of these options back then?
Yes.
Which option? What do you recommend, Minerva?
So we've had a lot of back and forth conversations with both teams around the alignment. And by being very strategic around the option 1 in priority is what makes the most sense, especially where we currently are. I keep reminding everybody that we need to be fluid and flexible when it comes to changes and adapting. As the year goes on, things may change, so no one should ever feel really attached to a title because that could change next year or the year after. So right now, this is what we're looking at that would make the most sense. Option 1 obviously is the most optimal to ensuring not just that we have services at the hands of everybody that needs them, but it also kind of helps us to mitigate the issue around smaller class sizes, right? And giving teachers back the time to be able to be in front of students without having to do the additional types of things. So in relation to this one, I would have to go with option 1 as well. It was intended to be that.
Your statement just posed a question. This is all contingent upon qualified individuals being able to satisfy and fulfill these positions, right? And what would it take for us as a district to be able to do that? Because I understand that we're kind of on a timeline right now as far as hiring is concerned.
Absolutely. The thing is we can have vacancies and not have people to be able to qualify for them, right? Or just the fact that there's not enough people out there. So the pipeline that we're developing will help us to mitigate that, but that obviously takes some time. Making sure we're connecting with the other components like the Golden Apple and other pipeline development will help us to assist that, but still no guarantee. Did you want to add something?
Well, also by adding so much support in, it will make us more desirable. People will want to come here, hopefully, because they see that the supports are there. They see that some things are coming off the plates for those that are in front of our students. and they can truly get a position that's more administrative or a position that's truly in front of our children.
And then Minerva, you think this is financially sound for the district?
I'm sorry?
You think this is financially sound for the district, all this FTE and?
So I think that, you know, I understand the number, right? And it's painful to see. But if we don't begin to mitigate earlier on, as Kyle has mentioned, everybody else has mentioned, we're going to end up spending a lot more time trying to come up behind it to fix problems. Allowing us to be proactive right now, again, this can change next year. If we're doing the right things and putting the right systems in place and we have the right people there, it can eventually turn so that we don't have to have top-heavy resources like this, right? And so I think that, you know, over the course of 1 or 2 years, when we know that we have a strong foundation, when we know that we have systems in place, teachers are trained, staff is trained, everybody feels that way, it's gonna end up changing what we end up paying. So we have to spend a little more now to get to that point, but then eventually the outcome should be that we'll be able to lay back from that. And if we're opening up additional classrooms, like I said, then those folks would have been trained and are lined up to go into those classrooms for us, and the transition will be a lot easier. So we'd end up spending less in the future by spending a little bit more now. So let me add one more thing. The other piece that we're going to go through is lining up any current vacancies that are currently sitting there and not filled with the funds already allotted. So, you know, taking a look at this now, we can come back and say, we found, be great, 20 positions that we're gonna be able to close and the funding might roll over. That's just, you know.
Well, see, I guess this,
just a guess.
like what you're explaining now, this type of rationale, this type of explaining of why this makes sense is what's helpful. That type of information, like what do you project, what do you see, like what type of outcomes would we expect if we were to put something like this in place and then, oh, this would actually end up saving us money in the long run? Is that what we're thinking? Or so obviously it's not all about finances, it's obviously we're here to serve students, but we have to, I mean, we've got to make sure that we can afford what we're doing. So yeah, that more detailed explanation is helpful for decision making.
Right, so the intent is actually for us to go through one more pass through and see what we can be able to, close or realign, hence the renaming and realignment instead of a reorganization, realigning positions that are currently there so that we can do that. The intent is to do that so that we can then, again, drop the number. Right now, we can't say positively that we can do that because it depends if it's a teaching position, administrative position, 10-month position, 12-month position. So that takes us a little bit longer, but that is the intent to be able to do that. We started looking at it, we've started to look at it. Now we just want to be more intentional about comparing apples to apples so that it's a clear, yeah, we got this, and then the expectation to be able to lessen the cost overall.
And then so you're talking about positions that are open now, like just within the district?
So about how many positions do we have? I know you printed, I didn't think to bring the list with me, but.
It's substantial. We have about 40 assistant positions, so.
Like how many high school teaching positions do we have open right now? Like,
I don't have the report up.
Cause I'm just I'm looking at our website and we've got high school teaching, family and consumer services, 1 FTE. Then we have just anticipated high school teachers, 2022, 23. Do we know specifically what those positions are?
I'm sorry, I was looking for it.
So it says anticipated high school teachers, 22, 23. On human resources page for job applications, it says high school teacher, family and consumer sciences. We have one FT for that, and then it says anticipated high school teachers, 22, 23.
Yep. So we have anticipated positions because people have notified us that they will be resigning. So we want to get positions posted early enough so that we can try to get them filled, and we're not.
Right. So we know what those specific positions are?
We
then?
do, yes.
Why do we not have those listed specifically then on the page for hiring teachers? Because as a teacher, I was a teacher, like if I saw anticipated high school teacher, I'd be like, oh, I don't know, why would I wanna apply, cause I mean.
Yep, so sometimes we're notified by a staff member, I'm going for board approval in another district on X date. But pending board approval, I am resigning.
Okay, so we don't have any certain,
Right,
like,
we haven't gotten
vacancies?
this- Yep, we have not confirmed the resignation. Yep.
Okay. I guess that just ties back into what you were saying about open positions and realigning and.
Right, so positions that are anticipated will probably end up being filled because we still need to have those positions, right? So that's one thing, versus a position such as the Family and Community Engagement Manager we haven't been able to fill, right? So that position has been vacant. Do we continue to keep that position vacant, or do we align it to a position that we need more currently? So can we switch that over to something else that would make sense so that we can fill it and get it and use it more appropriately? Because again, the position is open, has money attached to that, and so it's still being held on, versus letting it go, realigning it to a different position,
Yeah.
using that funding for something else. So versus a position that somebody who is just resigning and we're waiting for next steps. That's why it's a little bit more difficult to do that now, since we're still kind of waiting for a lot of things to happen.
Okay, so I guess, sure, that makes sense. So then I guess back around to the question, I guess, so like this is a financially sound decision for the district. All of this FTE that we're looking at, all these expenses, you're feeling good that this is a financially sound decision?
Yes, it still needs to be, there still needs some tweaking to that. And then again, going back to the question.
When you say there still needs to be some tweaking, so does that mean, like, to what this presentation just was for Kyle, or like, because if we're approving things, then like, I guess what's the tweaking?
I'm sorry, say this.
What, like, if we're still tweaking, but yet we're approving, so what tweaking are we doing?
So we are, right? So we need to, well, what we wanted to make sure that we got in front of you was the alignment of where we see positions being. And then what we still want to work on is, what we're always going to be working on is what positions are out there that we can realign so that we're not spending the money that we already have it allotted for something else, right? So it's our intention to be good stewards of the funding. But we want to put it out there in front of everyone that we are looking for these positions to support the strategic plan, the district strategic plan, the board's priorities, and then the school improvement plans, because that, schools are putting these positions and this work into their plans, and we want to make sure that they can do the work while they have it. So, if we wait to get everything lined up, then it will take us further out, and we wouldn't be able to start thinking about what jobs descriptions, postings, what positions we can use for what. So it's just part of that reconciliation of opening positions.
Okay. Does anybody else have questions?
No.
Jeremy, are you awake still?
Yep.
All right. Thought maybe you were asleep in your driveway, I don't know.
Nope, I'm listening.
Okay, cool. So then you're asking us basically to make a selection to bring back, correct? Okay, so does the board want to bring back, option 1? Is there consensus to bring back option 1, option 2, or option 3? What do people want to do? Or no option? Should we just go around? David, do you have a preference?
Option 1.
Samantha?
I'll go with option 1.
Okay. Jeremy? I know you don't have it in front of you.
Yeah, I understand everyone's desire to implement immediately. I'm more of a stair-step guy myself, because I think there's just so many moving pieces here that we're throwing sort of max resources at everything, which I know sounds good, but again, when things are shifting constantly, I much prefer a stair-stepped approach. So I'd probably go just instinctively towards maybe one of the smaller packages to see what impact it made, and know that we're making progress in the right direction.
Right.
Before we go all in. So I'd probably say, one or two, or I'm sorry, 2 or 3
Okay.
from my perspective.
Okay. J.C.?
I understand both perspectives. I'm good with option 1 too.
Okay. So that's consensus for option 1 to come back. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we are not done yet, folks. All right, we
So
have.
I'm curious, what's your position on it?
I would probably prefer a slower progression because I'm feeling really nervous about finances at this point. I mean, I think it's a beautiful idea. I mean, I love the idea of being able to do all of it, and but I am nervous about the output here. So next up is Director of Equity position, Ms. Salas.
At our last board meeting, the Social Justice Committee did a presentation and in the end made the recommendation, excuse me, for a director of, and this is actually the wrong title, but Director of Diversity and Inclusion. That was the initial discussion, but through a follow-up meeting, it was decided to title it Director of Diversity and Inclusion. Attached is a draft job description. It is up for discussion, up for editing, but that is the job description that the committee is bringing forward.
Can you give us the difference of the titles again?
So initially, it was thought to be Director of Equity. That's what we talked about and mentioned at our previous presentation. And then after having a follow-up meeting and doing some research and making decisions, thought the title Director of Diversity and Inclusion would be more encompassing of the work that we're looking to have done.
So we eliminated the equity part from it.
Equity is not eliminated. It's still embedded in the job description and the work that will be done. The title is Director of Diversity and Inclusion. Yet up for discussion as well.
What is the salary?
Salary would be around the range of the current directors. That is the salary study, the next stage that we'll be going to. So we could estimate it at current pay, but those have not yet been evaluated for the salary study. So probably around at this point, around 117, 120 to start.
And what would that be with benefits about?
Do you know that?
Actually, if we're looking at a 120 base, it would be with benefits 162,890.
Okay, questions?
Was this was included in your projection models? No, it was not. This is separate. Okay.
So wait, what all was included in your projection models? The FT requests, the realignment, and the SROs? Okay.
Yes, the 2 realignments all need the FTE. So where you eliminated the communications person from one, this could kind of replace it, almost.
Slightly, a little more.
So we're back to where we started.
Okay.
So, I guess more have a comment than a question is, again, we're going down, sort of the best case scenario for every single thing that we're trying to address here as a district. to our taxpayer base. My thought is that I like the title. I think it's fine. I like the thought of it, in theory. And my biggest thing is, I hope, I'm not sure that a director or coordinator is the right title here, but I do think that it needs to be somebody who can be an individual contributor. Somebody that can come in and actually impact and evaluate before, again, emphasis on before, we turn around and hire them for direct reports. Because, coming into a situation, there has to be time to get your hands dirty and evaluate and actually really understand how you want to use, whatever it is that we add to this. But I see this as another situation where, similar to what happened with Phil, where, we're hiring somebody to do communication, and then it becomes, well, I'm going to hire other people to do the job. The reality is this, I would much prefer to see this person come in, assess the situation, even if it's an internal candidate, frankly, and put together a strategic plan on what they're going to do, how they're going to do it, and who that's going to require, and give us a couple of different meetings to, absorb it, and then again, maybe a progression of, I just fundamentally think that we have to start, walking before we run. We can't just fully implement an entire new wing of our cabinet and our programs with all these people before we even have a really good idea on how it's going to work, if it's going to work, and what's going to be driving it. So some sort of an individual, someone coming into the role, expectations of getting out in the field and actually being in front of students, actually living the moments, and then creating a plan based on that would sort of be a must for me in this particular role. That's just my 2 cents.
Anybody else have comments or questions?
How does that work? Like, you want somebody to do the job before they're hired?
No, I want them to be hired and do the job, not just as a supervisor, but as an individual contributor. We're hiring them at director level. But Cindy's a director, and she does, individual contributor work all day, every day. So that's kind of more what I'm looking at. Not just somebody to manage people, not a people manager, but somebody that can actually do the job. And then as the job becomes bigger, right, and we start to need additional resources, we consider incrementally looking to add to that as these programs mature. Okay. I guess that's more the big approach I'm talking about.
Okay, thank you.
So that I'm clear, are you saying it shouldn't start off as a director? It should start somewhere, I guess.
I'm not saying, I think that's all titles and salaries. David, I guess from my perspective, it's more about, can they come in and actually get, to the ground level? In other words, a director, to me, is just someone that has direct reports. That's why they call them directors, right? So that becomes a people manager ultimately. But we in the cabinet sort of to handle those titles, I guess, a little bit differently at times, because some people are more manager really, and others more direct, contributors. I'm just saying, knowing that this is a brand new program, it'd be nice to get somebody to come in and really spend some time in the role from a strategic perspective, but also at an individual contributor level in the schools, face to face with our student body, sort of creating a plan instead of just walking in and saying, okay, here's my concern. I'm afraid we'll get somebody in this position, and they'll say, okay, the next week we'll be in a meeting, and they'll say, information, I need 4 more people to do this, this, and this, and that's my strategic plan. I'd much rather see somebody spend some appreciable time, actually just focused on that part and that initiative, and trying things and seeing, what philosophically is the right path. How many resources is that going to take? I think that would be a better path. I hope that made sense.
Thank you, it does.
Agreed. So, anybody else have questions or comments?
Well, I think, Jeremy, to go along with what you were stating right now, I think when I think about a director role, as somebody that has experience with that and that is going to be able to provide that service and be boots on the ground to analyze and assess our current practices, policies, procedures, ultimately to provide that additional support and, you know, experience that has the experience to provide that additional support to the different entities and groups or that we're assessing. I'm looking at just at the essential duties. I do feel that equity needs to be part of that. And the reason for that is because, again, diversity, equity, and inclusion, 3 different things that obviously carry a lot of weight and importance. When you're talking about equity work, it's not equality. Equity work talks about meeting the student's needs and meeting, validating what the student brings with them and acknowledging that they have
It's in our mission.
right wealth, right, that they bring with them. So acknowledging that is part of the equity work, right, and meeting the student where they are at. That's one of my feedback there, one of my statements in regards to feedback. So I do believe that titles do matter, especially when you're asking them to do such important work like this. Another thing that I have a little bit of feedback as well is in regards to the qualifications. I would say that a master's degree, if we're gonna pay that much money for somebody that, is gonna do this type of work and experience, a master's degree in some type of work that has to do with diversity, equity, and inclusion is important. And the reason why I'm saying that as well is because, again, when you talk about master's degrees, it is more focused and centered on equity, inclusion, or diversity, equity, and inclusion work that is related to models and frameworks that allow people to provide a lot of the things that Jeremy just mentioned.
Yeah.
And a master's degree usually allows you to allocate that experience. Right.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
Well,
I'm like, yeah.
I don't necessarily, I think we'll be able to find qualified people with a master's degree, but I do think it's important also to recognize though that possibly work experience could, because especially people from minoritized groups don't always have the same opportunities to educational opportunities, work experience opportunities. I think that you could look at a combination of work experience and degree. I think as a director, it's fine to require a master's, but I just want to put that out there, I think.
$120,000 a year, bachelor's?
If they have the experience and know what they're doing, it's just building.
Required, master's preferred. I'm not trying to change your minds.
No, I'm okay with a master's required, honestly. Okay. I just want to put it out there that there are not always opportunities afforded, like there are real barriers sometimes, especially when you're looking at.
No, and I understand what you're saying in regards, obviously, to just statistics, right? Showing statistics that show that the percentage of the people that hold master's degrees obviously there's a lot of work that needs to be done there.
I don't think we'll have an issue finding somebody with a master's degree, so I'm fine with that.
So.
Okay.
Other feedback?
Anything else? Jeremy? Consensus to bring this back next meeting.
Yes. I just want to make sure I bring back the right thing. So director or otherwise,
I'm fine.
With diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Right, but director?
I think because of the scope, a director position makes sense. I understand what Jeremy's saying, and I agree that they're,
Well, and I agree too. I mean, if we're, does it have to be director level to do this? Does it, is it something that we can, to Jeremy's point, we have a lot of directors here that do a lot of work, that are directly directing and doing, and
so this position will touch the entire district. It will touch curriculum, it will touch discipline, it will touch staffing, it will touch retention of staff. not
So
just
higher
recruitment.
practices.
I
That makes
I think
sense.
for credibility's sake, for the work that they're gonna have to do culturally,
Yeah.
Yep.
I think you have to give it the title that demands the respect of the work that's being asked of the position.
Makes sense, right?
So
I defer to
Director
that.
of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion.
Master.
Qualifications, master degree required, and experience with diversity, equity, and inclusion. So those are the recommended changes. Got it.
Consensus to bring that back. You said yes, are you
Yes.
right? Okay.
Before we move forward, can I change my vote on the presentation that Kyle just made?
Sure.
After considering, I'm leaning more towards presentation 2,
Option 2.
option 2.
I would be okay with that. So I was on the fence. That's the one that removes the assistant director.
Okay.
Can we just bring the proposals and then get another couple of days to review this?
I
And See
mean,
what we vote on?
Oh, and choose next when we
Yes.
vote.
Would it be possible to do that? I know
I'm,
we've been
Just
sitting
leave
here
it
for
open
quite
and
some
then
time.
take these 2 weeks to just look through all of them.
Like give the,
yeah,
yes,
so
provide
great.
those
How
proposals.
about consensus to bring it back, and then we can, we
Vote on
can,
which one.
Vote on which one?
perfect.
More detail.
okay.
Because then at least it'll allow us to review what Jeremy stated, what you stated, where we all kind of, the ideal world, yes.
Mhm. Okay,
This is-
all right, moving next.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Kyle.
all right. All right, this is a information action, a resolution authorizing notice of non-renewal of dismissal of temporary one-year service teachers. Ms. DeTrosalis?
This is procedural. This is for staff that were hired mid-year. They were informed at the time of hire they were in a one-year position, but again, this is just following school code and making sure that those individuals are properly notified.
Okay,
We've done this action
sure.
prior this year as well, but we had some more late hires.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Jeremy Olson,
Yes.
Casey Demers,
Yes.
David Seymour,
Yes.
Samantha McDavid,
Yes.
Sarah Moses.
Yes. Next up is Ms. Cynthia Carpenter, Andy Frame Services Incorporated contract extension. This is information.
So, currently we use Andy Frame Services for our crossing guard contract, and we're looking to renew that contract for another school year. A quick history in terms of crossing guards, the city of DeKalb used to supply us with crossing guards, and back in the 18-19 school year, we absorbed that cost into our budget. It was something that they requested of us through an intergovernmental agreement. So when, at the time that the city had the crossing guards, they were using Andy Frame as well. They used to use their own police officers and found that it was difficult to manage it, so they contracted out with Andy Frame. So at that time, we went through a request for proposal, when we took it over, and Andy Frame came. There wasn't really too many companies out there that actually did it, but Andy Frame, they're out of Aurora, won that bid, so we're looking to continue our relationship with them to provide those crossing guard, services for the 22-23 school year, and the increase they're proposing is 3.95%, which honestly I feel seems reasonable considering, that also we're still in, I keep forgetting that we're still in the mode of getting to the higher minimum wage. So a lot of these increases are impacted by that. That I think will end, I think we have to be at 15 an hour in January 2025. So we're transitioning there. So right now that would be a total cost of approximately $142,300 a year for the crossing guard services. So, and they've done well. So even with COVID and everything, they've done a good job.
Okay.
How many crossing guards do we use generally?
We have
All.
17, 17 intersections, mostly at the middle schools and the elementary schools, not the high school obviously. And actually we just added an extra one over at Huntley Middle School, which is the intersection of Bar Boulevard and 23 4th Street, which that was a real problem somewhat. I mean, Tammy and I went out there and monitored it, and people aren't very good about slowing down in that area. So we have actually 2 guards there to help with that crossing and looking at some options do that intersection because it's really not a safe intersection. So, well, it's safe now because we'll make it as safe as we can, but it does need to be improved, just the cross itself, so it's a problem area.
Okay.
So this is just information tonight, and it'll come back for action at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Consensus? Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Thanks, Cindy. Next up is the IASA Global Service Project.
Yes, good evening. This is an opportunity that came about. The IASA has put out an application across the state for districts, superintendent, and a board member to participate in a service project. And we applied, and we have been accepted to participate in the global project that will be in the Dominican Republic in October. And what the intention of this is to go back to a school that had begun to be remodeled and renovated by a group of superintendents, to go back and to finish up any remodel and support to ensure that the school is up and running. The tentative dates are between the 12th and the 19th, and there's a $500 charge per person. In this case, Samantha was the one that opted to participate in this program, so it would be myself and Samantha. So we're asking for approval to be able to attend.
But we don't need approval for the $500.
And we don't need approval for the $500.
We're going to cover that ourselves.
Okay.
Because it is
So-
a service project.
So the 12th, 13th, 14th, 17th, 18th, 19th. So you'd be off for 6 days in October?
I'm sorry?
You would be off for 6 days in October with this?
I don't know about, it's not 6 days total.
That's just the window of
It's
time
a window
they're
of time
giving.
that they would,
How long
and
is
they would
it?
inform us. I believe it's 4 days, possibly 5, but that would include probably the weekend.
Okay.
So we don't have the exact dates yet.
Okay, is there, this is information, and we had this before, okay, is there any questions?
Congrats.
Okay, that sounds fun. Okay, it is there's no recommendation.
Yeah, I
it
think
is-
we were.
Oh,
the
you don't have to
consensus
do anything.
To bring
She's
it
gotta
back.
bring it back because
It's
will
out
be
of
traveling out
state.
of state, so we'll need approval.
Because that's out of state.
So
Oh, approval, oh, this isn't, okay. Oh, I don't know why I thought it saw information action, maybe because it's IASA.
Oh, yeah.
It's late, sorry. Okay, consensus to bring it back.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, yes. All right. 2022 AASA National Women's Leadership
So
Consortium PD. This is information action.
this
Okay.
is professional development for myself, for the National Women's Leadership Consortium from AASA as part of my contract. I get yearly professional development. This is one of these professional developments that I'm asking for permission to be able to attend. It is 2 opportunities out of state, but then the rest of them are during the school year virtually. The first one is in June, so school will be out. We will be winding up right before the holiday weekend, the 4th of July weekend. And then the second opportunity would be over the weekend in February. So
Oh,
it
so
would
you're leaving
minimize the
this-
number of days outside of the school district.
Okay. Oh, so you would be gone where is it? You would be gone during the summer,
Yes.
for June, how many days?
So it's 2 days during the summer.
Okay, and then a
And then
weekend in February?
And then it's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday
Oh, okay.
in February.
Okay, so, any questions, comments? Okay, it's recommended the Board of Education approve Dr. Garcia Sanchez to attend the 22 National Women's Leadership Consortium for Professional Development. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Sarah Moses,
Yes.
Jeremy Olson,
Yes.
J.C. Ramirez,
Yes.
David Seymour,
Yes.
Samantha McDavid.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then with that is the strategic plan monthly update.
So I'm gonna be quick, there's a few pages online, but I wanna make sure I hit the highlights. Based on feedback from the audience, the public participation, we kept hearing about math. We are doing math. We continue to do math talks as part of a strategy that we're sharing with our teachers, and that continues to go well and is being well received. We also are noticing that our summer program at the high school level continues to be expanded. So that's great. Our kids are wanting to make sure that they catch up on their credits. On October 7th of 22, we are going to be hosting the county-wide professional development. Sarah and Billy are leading the work on our behalf there, and so they are making sure that we're well represented. That will happen here at the high school, October 7th. And then next month, I'm not sure if it's the first or second meeting, we will have school improvement plan overviews for each one of our schools presented, so that we know which strategies are being worked on by what schools. And Sarah and Billy will be presenting those to all of you. And let's see, next month. So that's around strategy 1, student achievement. And then we continue on. As you all know, MTSS framework was completed. We gave you all a draft, so we're just kind of tidying up the draft. The next steps is to do the SAM, which is the self-assessment on MTSS. That is an assessment that each school and the district itself will be able to go through to see how well we are implementing MTSS and where our shortcomings are. And then now that we have the approved district vision and mission, the committee for the strategic plan will now be able to begin the 3-year strategic plan. So this one was just a year one. Now we'll be able to do that and do our placemat, so that we can share that with the public as well and be able to talk about which one of these strategies will be able to do that. So I believe Sam is on that committee, is that right?
I was asking.
And then as soon as we're able to start on that work, we will. So we were just waiting for this to happen and we can get going. Let's see, big things that have come up on student services. The SEL Teacher Advisory Committee met on March 8th to discuss ways to increase student access to SEL support. This information was shared with the district SEL committee on the 17th at their monthly meeting, so they're working on that. In technology, a number of things, but E-rate funding requests for 22-23 school year are completed and waiting on FCC USAC for funding. We're just waiting on that on bated breath, right Ben? Facilities. Now that the demographer study is complete, we will be working to get the space allocation reports completed to be able to move forward with building and expansion plan discussions. And Tammy's working on that very diligently. In regards to priority 2, community engagement and marketing, the family and community engagement framework components are being developed within the family and community engagement domain in the multi-tier systems of support framework. I know that Kyle and team will be working diligently on that along with Phil and team. Strategy number 3, which is financial stability with equity lens. We all know, that Cindy does her due diligence and goes way above and beyond. So the only thing that we just want you to know is that there are 3 things that have not been started due to staffing issues. The business and finance manager position was filled on January 20th, representative here, Titania. It will take some time to get the new person up to speed, get her up to speed before additional attention can be given to the items. And they are building a departmental budget book, the formalized system for budget requests, and the meritorious budget. So those are things that are on her plate, and we'll be getting started as soon as she's ready. So priority number 4 around HR recruitment, development, and retainment. Professional development planning is underway for the 22-23 school year, and there will be a PD calendar that will be inclusive of all employee groups. I believe Ben and team has already put that together for us, and we're just beginning to complete that. A needs assessment is being developed to support that work, and that is being led by Billy and Sarah. So those are just highlights. HR is doing a number of things around pipeline and getting things set up. So plenty of things that are happening across the board. So thank you to Cabinet for all the work that you do.
Yes, thank you.
Thank
And
you.
also, I'm not sure who's sending out emails regarding the summer initiatives to help children stay on task with, you know, so they don't lose whatever it is that you all are teaching them this year. I'm lost for words, I apologize. But I've received several of those emails, so I just want to say I appreciate that because, you know, it's kind of been in my face regarding what I can possibly do to continue to support my daughter during the summer, aside from, of course, the summer.
Oh, no.
Aside from the summer initiative.
Put that in the budget, Cindy.
David needs a new chair.
We need a new chair.
So thank you.
Safety assessment,
Thank
we
you,
need to
thank you.
Thank
So
you for
thank
waking
you
up
for that.
All right, and with that,
Even the chairs are giving
out.
I can't make that.
what?
About the 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah, okay,
It looks like we can do that as long as we,
Yeah.
it's not recommended to do all the time, but as long as we cite it.
okay. So we are gonna go ahead and adjourn to closed session to discuss matters of employee compensation.
Do you want me to find the actual?
Yeah.
I have it in here.
Thank you.
Sorry. I thought I had it right.
Is there employment compensation?
I sensed
Yeah, I'm sorry that
Oh,
I
okay.
had it and then I lost
Thank you.
the paper.